He didn't break into homes. Women invited him inside. And the last thing they saw was his charming smile turning into something inhuman. Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story runs darker than the last, and the truth is always colder than fiction. I'm truly glad you're here. Whether you're watching from New York, South Africa, Canada, the Philippines, the UK, Greece, Sweden, New Zealand, or any of the countless places I can't name one by one, know this: I see you, I appreciate you, and you're part of this growing family. These stories are crafted to reach those who crave truth in the quiet hours. People who unwind, think, and fall asleep with mystery lingering in their minds. But when you only watch without subscribing, liking, or commenting, these stories don't travel far. They stay hidden when they should be heard. It costs nothing to hit subscribe, drop a like, or leave a thought below. But that small action keeps this channel alive and lets me keep sharing the dark, the true, and the untold. So, if these stories speak to you, please take a moment. It means everything, and it helps keep the truth alive. So, have you subscribed yet? I'm waiting. Done? Great. Thank you. I want you to know that every click and comment counts, and you are very important and highly welcomed here. This is the story of the vending machine killer. Death wore a business suit and carried breath mints. He smiled at strangers, helped elderly women cross streets, and never raised his voice above a whisper. Glenn Edward Rogers moved through America like smoke through a keyhole, silent, invisible, deadly. They called him the vending machine killer, but that nickname barely scratched the surface of the monster hidden behind those cold, calculating eyes. Between 1993 and 1995, he carved a path of unspeakable horror across 4 states, leaving broken bodies and shattered families in his wake. This wasn't random violence. This was methodical. This was personal. This was a predator who understood that the most dangerous place a woman could be was alone with a charming stranger. Before the FBI finally cornered him, before the prison doors slammed shut forever, Glenn Rogers would claim at least 5 lives, though investigators believe the true number climbs much, much higher. Some say 13, some whisper of 50. What we know for certain is this: when Rogers entered a woman's life, she had mere hours left to live. This is the story of how a drifter with a disarming smile became one of America's most prolific serial killers, and how his reign of terror finally ended on the dark roads of Kentucky, where evil met justice at 70 miles per hour. I know you love falling asleep to these stories, and tonight you're in for something truly chilling. We'll be exploring 4 haunting true crime cases, each one darker than the last. So, get cozy, unwind, and let the day melt away. But before you drift off, please don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and comment, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is where you are. Now, close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. He didn't break into homes. Women invited him inside. By the time they realized who he really was, it was already too late to scream. Evil doesn't announce itself with fangs and horns. It arrives in a pickup truck, asking for directions. It buys you a drink and compliments your laugh. It offers to help carry your groceries, to fix that leaky faucet, to walk you to your car after dark. Glenn Edward Rogers understood this fundamental truth better than most predators ever would. Born on July 15, 1962, in Hamilton, Ohio, Glenn Rogers entered a world that seemed determined to forge him into something twisted and wrong. The Rogers household wasn't a home. It was a laboratory where pain was the primary experiment and children were the test subjects. His father's rage filled every room like toxic gas, unpredictable and suffocating. His mother's indifference created a void where love should have lived. Glenn was the middle child in a family of 7 siblings, lost in the chaos, noticed only when punishment was required. The neighbors in their rundown corner of Hamilton remembered the Rogers children as feral things, always hungry, always dirty, always bearing fresh bruises that no one asked about because everyone already knew. In that era, what happened behind closed doors stayed behind closed doors, even when those doors occasionally shook with screaming. By age 8, Glenn had learned his most valuable lesson. People were tools. They existed to be used, manipulated, discarded when broken. He watched his father dominate through violence and fear. He watched his mother survive through submission and denial. And somewhere in that toxic stew of abuse and neglect, the wiring in Glenn Rogers' brain crossed in ways that would prove catastrophic for dozens of innocent people. School became his hunting ground for practice. Not for killing, not yet, but for honing the skills he'd need later. He learned how to read people, how to find their weaknesses, how to say exactly what they wanted to hear. Teachers found him polite but distant. Other children found him unsettling without quite knowing why. There was something off about the way Glenn looked at people, as if he were constantly calculating their worth in some internal ledger only he could see. His teenage years brought the first serious warning signs. At 14, he was arrested for breaking into a neighbor's home. Not to steal valuables, but to go through a woman's bedroom, touching her clothing, her photographs, her most intimate possessions. The incident was brushed aside as youthful mischief. The arresting officer never filed a full report. That moment of institutional failure would cost lives. By 16, Glenn had dropped out of school entirely. Education held nothing for him. He took jobs when he needed money, construction work, landscaping, deliveries. Nothing that required commitment or formed connections. He drifted through Hamilton like a ghost. There but not there, seen but not remembered. His first serious relationship arrived when he was 19. Her name was Deborah, and she was 17, young enough to mistake his intensity for passion, his possessiveness for devotion. They moved in together within weeks. Within months, she was pregnant. Within a year, she was terrified. Deborah would later tell police that living with Glenn was like living with two different people. There was the Glenn who showed up for family dinners and played with their son, gentle, attentive, almost loving. Then there was the other Glenn, the one who appeared without warning, usually late at night. That Glenn had eyes like burnt holes in a blanket. That Glenn spoke in a voice that made her skin crawl. That Glenn told her elaborate stories about things he'd done to people, things she desperately wanted to believe were lies. He told me once that he'd killed a woman. Deborah later testified, her voice barely audible in the courtroom. Strangled her and left her in a dumpster somewhere down south. He was smiling when he said it. I thought he was trying to scare me. I didn't realize he was confessing. The relationship imploded after 3 years. Deborah fled with their son, filing for full custody and a restraining order. Glenn didn't fight her. He was already looking ahead to his next phase, already planning the transformation from abusive partner to something far worse. Throughout the late 1980s, Glenn Rogers began his nomadic period. He bought a pickup truck, a nondescript vehicle that could blend in anywhere from California to Florida. He took jobs that paid cash and asked no questions. He moved from town to town, never staying long enough for anyone to truly know him, but always staying long enough to learn the layout, the rhythms, the vulnerable points. He worked as a roofer, a painter, a handyman. He was good with his hands, quick with repairs, and always charming to the women who hired him. Housewives found him respectful and efficient. Single mothers appreciated that he showed up on time and charged fair prices. No one noticed how he studied their homes, their schedules, their habits. No one realized they were teaching a predator exactly how to hunt them. During this period, Glenn began to refine his method. He learned that approaching women directly rarely worked. Too suspicious, too aggressive. But being hired by them, being invited into their space, being trusted because they'd made the first move, that was perfect. That gave him legitimacy, access, opportunity. He also learned the importance of mobility. Stay in one place too long and patterns emerge. Bodies pile up, questions get asked. But keep moving, keep crossing state lines, keep spreading the violence across jurisdictions that don't talk to each other. That was the key to longevity. By 1993, Glenn Edward Rogers was 31 years old. He'd spent over a decade preparing, practicing, perfecting his craft. He'd studied his victims, refined his approach, and eliminated every risk he could identify. He was ready. The monster was fully formed. Now it just needed to feed. His first confirmed victim was Linda Price, though investigators now believe she was far from his first kill. Linda was a beautiful 41-year-old woman living in Jackson, Mississippi. She'd recently gone through a difficult divorce and was rebuilding her life one careful step at a time. She'd gotten a job she liked, found an apartment she could afford, and was slowly remembering how to feel safe again. Glenn Rogers met her at a bar called the Gold Coast on September 28, 1993. He was everything her ex-husband hadn't been: attentive, complimentary, interested in what she had to say. He bought her drinks and made her laugh. When he offered to follow her home to make sure she arrived safely, it seemed chivalrous rather than sinister. Linda Price invited Death through her front door that night, and Death accepted the invitation with a smile. What happened in Linda's apartment over the next several hours remains partially unknown, constructed from evidence rather than witness testimony. What we know is this: Glenn Rogers didn't just kill Linda Price. He tortured her first. He spent time with her, talking to her, perhaps even continuing the charade of attraction before revealing his true nature. The medical examiner's report painted a horrific picture. Linda had been beaten severely, her face rendered nearly unrecognizable. She'd been sexually assaulted with an object, causing internal injuries that would have been agonizing. She'd been strangled, released, then strangled again, a technique designed to maximize terror and suffering. Finally, when Glenn had extracted every moment of pain he could from her dying body, he stabbed her multiple times in the chest and throat. But Rogers wasn't finished. He couldn't leave without taking something, some trophy to remember this moment. He went through Linda's apartment methodically, stealing her credit cards, her jewelry, her car keys. Then he ransacked the place, making it look like a robbery gone wrong rather than a calculated murder. Linda Price's body was discovered 2 days later when she failed to show up for work. Her colleagues had called, worried, and eventually contacted the building manager. The crime scene was so brutal that the first responding officer vomited in the hallway before he could secure the scene. Jackson police initially investigated it as a burglary murder, focusing on known local criminals with records of breaking and entering. They had no reason to suspect that the killer had already left Mississippi, was already hundreds of miles away, was already selecting his next victim. Glenn Rogers had tested his method and found it satisfying. The rush of power, the thrill of complete control, the intimate knowledge that he held another person's life in his hands and could extinguish it at his whim. This was what he'd been missing his entire life. This was what he'd been building toward. And now that he'd done it once, now that he knew he could get away with it, he was hungry for more. November 3rd, 1993, barely 5 weeks after Linda Price took her last breath, Glenn Rogers walked into a bar in Tampa, Florida. He was freshly shaved, wearing clean clothes he'd bought with Linda's credit cards, driving Linda's car with freshly stolen license plates. He looked like any other single man out for a Wednesday night drink. He looked harmless. Tina Marie Cribbs was 36 years old and tired of being alone. She tried the dating scene in Tampa and found it exhausting. Too many players, too many men who said the right things but meant none of them. But when the handsome stranger with the Tennessee accent bought her a beer and told her she had the most beautiful smile he'd ever seen, something in her softened. They talked for hours. Glenn told her he was a contractor, traveling for work, lonely in a strange city. Tina told him about her job at the grocery store, her apartment near the beach, her dreams of maybe going back to school someday. They discovered they both loved country music, both preferred beer to wine, both felt like outsiders in their own lives. When the bar closed at 2 a.m., Tina Marie Cribbs made a decision that would end her life. She invited Glenn Rogers home. What happened in Tina's small apartment that night followed a pattern that would become Rogers' signature. First came the seduction, the continued pretense of mutual attraction. Then came the shift, subtle at first, then undeniable. His compliments took on an edge. His touches became possessive. His questions became interrogations. Tina tried to ask him to leave. Glenn locked the door. She tried to scream. Glenn's hands were around her throat before the sound could form. The attack was prolonged and savage. Glenn beat Tina with his fists, breaking her nose, fracturing her jaw, blackening both eyes until they swelled shut. He sexually assaulted her repeatedly, ignoring her tears, her pleas, her prayers. He used a kitchen knife to cut her, shallow slices across her stomach and breasts, not deep enough to kill quickly, but deep enough to cause excruciating pain. Then came the strangulation. Glenn used his hands, his belt, a lamp cord, whatever was available. He strangled her until she lost consciousness, then waited for her to revive before doing it again. This was the part he enjoyed most, the part that gave him the godlike power he craved. Life, death, all at his command. Finally, when Tina was too weak to revive anymore, when her body had endured all it could possibly withstand, Glenn Rogers ended her life with a final sustained strangulation. Her last moments were spent looking into the eyes of her killer, seeing nothing there but cold satisfaction. Glenn spent another hour in the apartment, methodically cleaning the scene. He showered, washing away blood and evidence. He took Tina's cash, her jewelry, her bank card. He found her spare car keys and decided her vehicle was newer than the one he'd stolen from Linda Price. He'd switch them out, abandon Linda's car somewhere it wouldn't be found quickly. Tina Marie Cribb's body was discovered on November 4th when her mother came by for their regular Thursday lunch. The elderly woman used her spare key to enter, calling for her daughter, and found a scene that would haunt her remaining days. She died 18 months later, friends said, from a broken heart. Tampa police worked the case aggressively. They had DNA evidence from the sexual assault. They had fingerprints. They had a witness who'd seen Tina leaving the bar with a tall, slender white male with reddish-brown hair. But they had no name, no database match, no connection to the Jackson, Mississippi murder that had occurred weeks earlier. Glenn Rogers was becoming invisible. The more he killed, the more jurisdictions he crossed, the harder he was to see. Each police department investigated their murder in isolation, never realizing they were hunting the same predator. December 1993 found Glenn in Los Angeles, working construction jobs and living in cheap motels. He was careful now, controlled. The rush of the killings in Mississippi and Florida had been intense, but he recognized the danger of frequency. Space them out, he told himself. Be patient. Let the heat die down before you feed again. But then he met Sandra Gallagher, and all his careful planning evaporated. Sandra was a 44-year-old divorced mother of two who worked as a waitress at a diner near Glenn's motel. She was tough, funny, and skeptical of men in general, traits that usually kept her safe. But Glenn was patient with her, respectful. He came into the diner every morning for 3 weeks, always leaving generous tips, always treating her with courtesy. Eventually, Sandra's defenses lowered. When Glenn asked her to dinner on her night off, she said yes. When he offered to cook for her at his motel room, she hesitated but ultimately agreed. He'd been such a gentleman, so different from the usual diner creeps. What harm could there be? Sandra Gallagher walked into room 117 of the Sunset Motor Lodge on December 21, 1993. She never walked out. The murder followed Glenn's established pattern, but with heightened brutality. Perhaps it was the Christmas season, the memories of his own miserable childhood Decembers. Perhaps it was the fact that Sandra had reminded him of his mother, another woman who'd survived by serving others. Whatever the trigger, Glenn Rogers unleashed hell on Sandra Gallagher. He beat her with such force that he broke several bones in her face and fractured her skull. He carved into her skin with a broken bottle, creating wounds that spelled out words the coroner later refused to publicly disclose. He violated her in ways that suggested not just violence but hatred, deep and toxic. When he finally strangled her, it was almost merciful compared to what had come before. Glenn left Sandra's body in the motel room and simply walked away. He took her car, her valuables, and disappeared into the Los Angeles sprawl. The body wasn't discovered until December 23rd, when the motel manager came to collect overdue rent. The LAPD investigation hit immediate dead ends. Glenn had registered under a fake name and paid cash. The security cameras at the motel had been broken for months. The few guests who might have seen him couldn't provide consistent descriptions. He'd been wearing a hat, or maybe not. He was tall, or maybe average height. He drove a blue car, or was it green? Glenn Edward Rogers was becoming a ghost, a phantom who materialized long enough to destroy a life, then vanished without trace. But ghosts make mistakes. Phantoms leave clues, and Glenn Rogers, for all his careful planning, was about to encounter the one variable he couldn't control. The women he murdered had people who loved them, who refused to let their deaths become just another unsolved case, who would fight for justice no matter how long it took. January 1995 brought Glenn Rogers to Van Nuys, California, and into the orbit of his most famous victim, a woman whose murder would finally force law enforcement to see the pattern they'd been missing. Nicole Brown Simpson had been dead for 7 months. Her brutal murder, along with Ron Goldman's, had become the most famous crime in America. O.J. Simpson's trial was dominating headlines, television coverage, and public conversation. The entire nation was obsessed with the case. Glenn Rogers watched this media circus with professional interest. He'd later claim, though investigators largely dismissed this as attention-seeking fantasy, that he'd met Nicole, that he'd been hired to rob her, that the murder had been business rather than pleasure. These claims are almost certainly lies, attempts to insert himself into the most notorious crime of the decade. What isn't a lie is this. In January 1995, Glenn Rogers murdered Sutton Brown, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Nicole Brown Simpson. Sutton was 39 years old, blonde, fit, and newly divorced. She lived in Van Nuys and worked as a real estate agent. She met Glenn at an open house she was hosting. He'd walked in claiming to be interested in properties in the area. They talked, exchanged numbers, and agreed to meet for drinks. Their date on January 10, 1995, started pleasantly enough. Dinner at a chain restaurant, casual conversation, easy laughter. But when Sutton invited Glenn back to her place to discuss properties over coffee, she triggered his hunting instinct. The invitation, the trust, the vulnerability, these were the things Glenn needed to activate the monster. Sutton Brown died hard. Glenn strangled her with such force that he crushed her larynx. He beat her face until it was unrecognizable. He stabbed her 14 times post-mortem, in a frenzy that suggested the murder had awakened something beyond his usual calculated cruelty. Then Glenn made his first significant mistake. He used Sutton's credit cards at multiple locations, hitting ATMs and gas stations, leaving a trail of electronic evidence. Perhaps he was getting cocky. Perhaps the high-profile nature of his work in Los Angeles made him feel invincible. Whatever the reason, Glenn Rogers had finally given police something to track. The LAPD's investigation into Sutton Brown's murder moved quickly. They had the credit card trail, they had ATM surveillance footage showing a tall man with reddish-brown hair, they had a composite sketch based on descriptions from people who'd seen them together. But they still didn't have a name. That changed when detectives started comparing Sutton Brown's case to other unsolved murders in the region. The methodology was similar: strangulation, sexual assault, theft of valuables and vehicles. They found Sandra Gallagher's case from December 1993. Then they found connections to the Tampa murder. Then Jackson. An FBI analyst named Sarah Chun was the first to see the full picture. She'd been tracking patterns of violent crime against women across multiple states, looking for signatures that might indicate serial offending. When the LAPD data crossed her desk, everything clicked. We're not looking at 4 separate murders, Chun told her supervisor in February 1995. We're looking at one killer working across at least 4 states, and he's still active. The FBI opened a formal investigation into what they began calling the cross-country killer, a nickname that would later be replaced by the vending machine killer due to Rogers' transient lifestyle and habit of treating victims like disposable commodities. Meanwhile, Glenn had moved on from California, driving east with Sutton Brown's car and credit cards. He was heading toward Louisiana, where he'd heard there was construction work available and where no one knew his name. But something was different now. The murders were coming faster, with less time between them. The careful spacing he'd maintained was collapsing. Glenn Rogers was accelerating, and acceleration in serial killers usually meant one thing: the beginning of the end. On March 17, 1995, Glenn Rogers met Julie Speakman in Baton Rouge. She was 29, working as a bartender while trying to save money for nursing school. Glenn came into her bar 3 nights in a row, always polite, always generous with tips, always leaving before closing time like a gentleman. On the 4th night, He stayed until close and offered to walk Julie to her car. She accepted, grateful for the escort through the dark parking lot. When they reached her vehicle, Glenn attacked. He tried to force her into the car, his hands around her throat, his knee driving into her stomach. But Julie Speakman was a fighter. She'd grown up with 4 brothers and had taken self-defense classes. She drove her keys into Glenn's face, raking them across his eyes and nose. She screamed with everything she had, drawing attention from the bar's cook who was taking out trash. Glenn released her and ran, disappearing into the night while Julie collapsed, gasping and crying but alive. She would become the one who got away, the survivor whose testimony would later prove crucial. Baton Rouge police took her statement and created a composite sketch based on her description. They sent it to surrounding jurisdictions, but in 1995, information moved slower than it does today. The sketch sat in police stations, noticed but not acted upon. Glenn Rogers knew he'd made a catastrophic mistake. Julie Speakman had seen his face clearly, had fought him, had survived. She could identify him. For the first time since he'd started killing, Glenn felt something unfamiliar. Fear. He abandoned Sutton Brown's car, the one that had been generating alerts across Louisiana, and stole another vehicle from a mall parking lot. He dyed his hair darker. He shaved his distinctive mustache. He began moving faster, staying nowhere longer than a single night. The FBI investigation was expanding. Agent Chun had now connected 6 murders across 4 states, all sharing the same methodology, all targeting women aged 29 to 44 who'd been approached by a charming stranger. She'd even found 2 additional cases, one in Ohio, one in Kentucky, that seemed to match the pattern but had occurred years earlier, suggesting Glenn Rogers had been killing much longer than anyone realized. A task force was formed, pulling together detectives from multiple jurisdictions. They shared files, compared notes, built a timeline. And slowly, inevitably, a picture emerged. A drifter who worked construction, who drove stolen vehicles, who used victims' credit cards, who was probably from Ohio or Kentucky based on his accent. Police began showing the composite sketch from Julie Speakman's attack at construction sites, bars, motels throughout the South. Someone would recognize him. Someone always did. That someone turned out to be a motel clerk in Lexington, Kentucky, who checked in a man matching the description on October 31st, 1995. The man had seemed nervous, had paid cash, had asked specifically for a room in the back where his truck wouldn't be visible from the street. The clerk had thought it was suspicious at the time but hadn't called police. Now, seeing the sketch in the local newspaper alongside an article about the FBI manhunt, she made the call that would end Glenn Rogers' freedom forever. November 13th, 1995, began like any other day for Glenn Edward Rogers. He woke in his motel room outside Lexington, Kentucky, counted the cash he'd stolen from his most recent victim, a woman in Tennessee whose death hadn't even been discovered yet, and planned his next move. Head north, maybe into Ohio. Circle back to familiar territory. Disappear into the landscape he'd known since childhood. He had no idea that more than 50 law enforcement officers were, at that very moment, moving into position around his location. The FBI had moved quickly once the motel clerk made her identification. They'd verified that the truck in the motel parking lot matched the description of a vehicle stolen in Clarksville, Tennessee, 3 days earlier. They'd run the registration through their database and gotten hits linking it to multiple crime scenes. They'd assembled a tactical team and set up a perimeter. Glenn Rogers was finally cornered. At 3:47 p.m., Glenn walked out of his motel room, carrying a duffel bag filled with stolen property and murder trophies. Jewelry, identification cards, photographs of women who would never grow older. He was heading toward his truck, keys in hand, when he noticed something wrong. Too many vehicles in the parking lot. Too many people who weren't moving like normal motel guests. Too many hard faces turning in his direction. Glenn ran. What followed was a chase that would become legendary in law enforcement circles. 15 minutes of pure chaos as Glenn Rogers sprinted through backyards, jumped fences, crashed through hedges, desperate to escape the net that was closing around him. He was fast, driven by adrenaline and the certain knowledge that capture meant spending the rest of his life in a cage. But he wasn't faster than the radios that coordinated the pursuit, the vehicles that cut off his escape routes, the K-9 units that tracked his scent. Glenn made it nearly a mile from the motel, running harder than he'd ever run in his life, before he burst out of an alley and found himself facing a line of police vehicles. Their doors open, their occupants aiming pistols and rifles directly at his chest. "Get on the ground. Get on the ground now." For a moment, witnesses said later, Glenn Rogers looked like he might charge them. His face was flushed, his eyes wild, his hands clenching and unclenching. He was calculating, even then, whether he could fight his way through, whether he could steal a weapon, whether he could escape. Then reality crashed down. This was over. He'd been caught. The life he'd built, the perfect predator existence, had just ended. Glenn Edward Rogers dropped to his knees, then to his stomach, and allowed officers to handcuff him. As they pulled him to his feet, one detective said he was smiling. That same cold, calculating smile he'd used to lure women to their deaths. The search of Glenn's motel room revealed a treasure trove of evidence that linked him definitively to multiple murders. Credit cards belonging to 4 different victims, jewelry from at least 6 women, driver's licenses, photographs, even a journal where Glenn had written cryptic notes about his projects. Most chilling was a leather bag containing what investigators called trophies, small personal items taken from victims as keepsakes, a hair clip, a wedding ring, a child's photograph, a lipstick tube. Each one represented a life destroyed, a family shattered, a future erased. Glenn Rogers was transported to the Lexington Police Department, where FBI agent Sarah Chun was waiting to interview him. She'd spent months hunting this monster, studying his patterns, trying to get inside his mind. Now she would finally meet him face to face. The interview began at 7 p.m. and continued for 6 hours. Glenn was charming at first, claiming innocence, suggesting there must be some mistake. But Agent Chun had spent too long studying him to be fooled by the mask. She laid out the evidence methodically, the stolen property, the DNA matches, the timeline that placed him at each murder scene. Around midnight, something shifted in Glenn. The charm evaporated, replaced by cold calculation. He realized there was no way out, no clever story that would save him. So he did what narcissistic killers often do when caught. He started talking. "How many?" Agent Chun asked. Glenn Rogers smiled that terrible smile. "More than you'll ever find." Over the following weeks, as Glenn was transferred between jurisdictions to face various charges, he confessed to multiple murders. But his confessions were games, mixing truth with lies, claiming victims he hadn't killed, possibly hiding others he had. He confessed to murdering Linda Price in Jackson. He admitted to killing Tina Marie Cribbs in Tampa. He confirmed Sandra Gallagher in Los Angeles and Sutton Brown in Van Nuys. But he also claimed to have killed Nicole Brown Simpson and Ron Goldman, a claim that sent media into a frenzy, but which investigators quickly determined was fantasy. Glenn Rogers hadn't been in Los Angeles at the time of those murders, and the evidence against O.J. Simpson was entirely separate. Glenn was simply trying to insert himself into the most famous murder case in America, seeking notoriety even from behind bars. The legal proceedings that followed were complex and prolonged. Glenn faced murder charges in 4 states, each seeking justice for their victims. Florida moved first, charging him with the murder of Tina Marie Cribbs. The trial began in April 1997 and lasted 3 weeks. The prosecution's case was overwhelming. They had DNA evidence placing Glenn at the scene. They had his fingerprints on items in Tina's apartment. They had stolen property from her home found in his possession. They had Julie Speakman's testimony about the attack in Louisiana, establishing his pattern of behavior. The defense attempted to argue that the evidence was circumstantial, that Glenn had been framed, that he was a drifter who happened to be in the wrong places at the wrong times. The jury didn't believe it for a second. On April 23, 1997, Glenn Edward Rogers was found guilty of first-degree murder in the death of Tina Marie Cribbs. The penalty phase began immediately. Tina's mother took the stand, her voice shaking as she described what her daughter's murder had done to their family. "She was my baby girl," she said, tears streaming down her face. "He didn't just kill her, he killed part of all of us. will never be whole again. Glenn showed no emotion, staring straight ahead as if the testimony was about someone else's crimes. The jury deliberated for 3 hours before returning with their verdict. Death. Glenn Edward Rogers was sentenced to death by lethal injection for the murder of Tina Marie Cribbs. California moved next, charging Glenn with 2 counts of first-degree murder for Sandra Gallagher and Sutton Brown. The trial was even quicker. Glenn's attorneys advised him to accept a plea deal rather than face another death sentence. In exchange for pleading guilty, California sentenced him to life without possibility of parole, to run consecutively with his Florida death sentence. Mississippi and Louisiana also secured convictions, adding additional life sentences to Glenn's growing collection of prison time. He would never see freedom again. Whether he died by execution or died of old age in a cell, Glenn Edward Rogers would spend his remaining days in custody. But the legal proceedings didn't answer the question that haunted investigators. How many victims had there really been? Glenn alternately claimed to have killed over 70 people, then retracted the statements, then claimed different numbers. He drew maps to supposed burial sites that led nowhere. He described murders in states where he'd never been. He was playing games, maintaining control the only way he still could, through information he chose to release or withhold. A task force continued investigating for years after Glenn's conviction, trying to match unsolved murders to his known whereabouts. They confirmed at least 2 additional victims, a woman in Ohio in 1987 and another in Kentucky in 1991. They found strong circumstantial evidence linking him to 4 more murders. But the full accounting of Glenn Rogers' victims may never be known. What is known is the incredible pain he caused. Behind each confirmed murder was a family destroyed, children left without mothers, parents forced to bury their daughters. Linda Price's father died without ever seeing his daughter's killer caught. Tina Marie Cribbs' son struggled with addiction for years, self-medicating the trauma of losing his mother to violence. Sandra Gallagher's daughters both spoke publicly about their ongoing battles with PTSD and survivor's guilt. Glenn Edward Rogers remains on death row in Florida as of 2025, having exhausted most of his appeals. He's now 62 years old, his reddish-brown hair gone gray, his athletic build softened by decades of prison food and limited exercise. He spends 23 hours a day in a cell measuring 12 by 7 feet, allowed out only for 1 hour of recreation in a slightly larger cage. He still grants occasional interviews to journalists and documentarians, still plays games with information about his victims. In a 2015 interview, he claimed remorse, describing himself as a changed man who'd found God in prison. In a 2018 interview, he laughed about the murders, describing them as stress relief. The only consistent thing about Glenn Rogers is his inconsistency, a final manipulation, keeping everyone guessing about which version of him is real. The answer, of course, is that they're all real. The charming stranger, the brutal killer, the remorseful prisoner, the laughing psychopath. These aren't different people. They're different faces of the same monster. Glenn Edward Rogers spent his entire life learning to show people whatever version of himself would best serve his purposes in that moment. But behind all those masks was always the same truth. A man who viewed other human beings as objects to be used and discarded, who found pleasure in their pain, who felt nothing when they died by his hands. Some people are broken beyond repair, their internal wiring so damaged that redemption isn't possible. Glenn Edward Rogers is one of those people. The women he murdered never got to know their grandchildren, never celebrated another birthday, never felt the sun on their faces or laughed with friends, or did any of the 1,000 small things that make life worth living. They were erased, their potential future stolen. Their stories ended violently and too soon. But they're not forgotten. Their families keep their memories alive. Advocacy groups use their cases to push for better cross-jurisdictional communication between law enforcement agencies. The lessons learned from hunting Glenn Rogers have helped catch other serial killers who might otherwise have remained free. And Julie Speakman, the woman who fought Glenn Rogers off in that Baton Rouge parking lot, became a victim's advocate, helping other survivors of violent crime process their trauma and reclaim their lives. She turned her near-death experience into a mission to help others, transforming the worst night of her life into a source of strength. "He didn't win," Julie said in a 2010 interview. "He tried to add me to his list, tried to make me just another victim, another trophy in his sick collection. But I survived. I fought back. And now I spend my life helping other people fight back too. He's rotting in a cell, and I'm out here living, helping, making a difference. So no, he definitely didn't win." The story of Glenn Edward Rogers, the vending machine killer, the cross-country killer, the monster with a smile, is a reminder that evil doesn't always announce itself. It doesn't always arrive with obvious warning signs. Sometimes it knocks on your door offering help. Sometimes it buys you a drink and compliments your eyes. Sometimes it's the friendly stranger who seems so nice, so normal, so harmless. But for 5 confirmed victims, and possibly dozens more, that friendly stranger was the last person they ever saw. Their final moments were spent staring into eyes that held no mercy, no compassion, no humanity. Just cold calculation and the satisfied smile of a predator who'd successfully completed his hunt. Glenn Edward Rogers destroyed lives with his hands, but he destroyed families with his choices. He chose to kill. He chose to hurt. He chose to transform himself from a broken child into a monster. And now he lives with those choices, counting down the days in a cell until either the state of Florida or time itself delivers the justice he's long deserved. The nightmare is over. The fluorescent lights in Union Correctional Institution flicker at 3 a.m., casting shadows that dance across the concrete walls of death row. In cell number 47, Glenn Edward Rogers lies awake, as he does most nights. Sleep comes hard when you've spent decades reliving the moments that brought you here. Not with guilt, investigators say, but with a strange mixture of nostalgia and resentment. Nostalgia for the power he once wielded. Resentment that it ended. "He still talks about them," says Dr. Patricia Williamson, a forensic psychologist who evaluated Rogers in 2019. Not with remorse, with ownership. He refers to his victims as "my girls," as if they belong to him, as if killing them created some permanent bond. It's disturbing beyond measure. 3 decades have passed since Glenn Rogers' capture on that November afternoon in Kentucky. 3 decades of appeals, interviews, psychological evaluations, and attempts to extract the full truth about his crimes. The number varies depending on who's asking and what mood he's in. 5 confirmed murders, 8 probable murders, 13 possible murders, 50 claimed murders, 70 boasted murders. The FBI task force that investigated Rogers disbanded in 2003, their final report concluding that while Rogers had definitely killed at least 7 women, the true number would likely never be known. Too much time had passed. Too many bodies had never been found. Too many missing persons cases from the early 1990s had gone cold, their files gathering dust in evidence rooms across America. But the investigation never truly ended. It just transformed. Detective Marcus Webb retired from the Jackson Police Department in 2008, but he never stopped working Linda Price's case. From his home office, surrounded by boxes of files and photographs pinned to cork boards, he continued tracking Glenn Rogers' movements throughout the 1980s and 1990s, trying to fill in the gaps, trying to give closure to other families who might never have connected their missing daughters to the vending machine killer. "There's a woman who disappeared in Memphis in 1989. Webb explains, his voice carrying the weight of obsession that drives the best investigators. Her name was Caroline Hutchins, 28 years old, worked at a grocery store, vanished after her shift one night. Her car was found abandoned 3 days later with a full tank of gas and her purse still in the front seat. Glenn Rogers was working construction in Memphis during that exact time period. I've tried for 15 years to get him to tell me what happened to Caroline, but he just smiles and says he doesn't remember." Webb pulls out a photograph of Caroline. Blonde hair, bright smile, her whole life ahead of her. Her mother died in 2016 without ever knowing what happened to her daughter. That's what haunts me, not the victims we found, the ones we didn't, the families who never got answers, never got bodies to bury, never got closure. The phenomenon Webb describes is tragically common with serial killers. They become the only living connection to their victims' final moments, the sole possessors of information that families desperately need. And many of them weaponized that knowledge, using it as currency to buy attention, privileges, or simply the satisfaction of keeping others in pain. Glenn Rogers has mastered this particular cruelty. In 2012, he told a journalist he could lead police to 3 bodies buried in rural Mississippi. Investigators spent weeks excavating the locations he described, using ground-penetrating radar, cadaver dogs, and forensic archaeologists. They found nothing. Rogers later admitted he'd made it up, laughing at the wasted resources and raised hopes. In 2016, he contacted the mother of a missing Kentucky woman, writing her a letter that suggested he knew what had happened to her daughter. The letter was vague enough to maintain plausible deniability, but specific enough to torture the woman with possibilities. She spent her life savings hiring private investigators to follow up on Rogers' hints. They found nothing. The daughter remains missing. That's who he is, says Agent Sarachin, now retired from the FBI but still consulted on serial killer cases. He's lost the ability to kill physically, so he kills emotionally. He torments these families because it's the only power he has left. And he loves it. Every interview, every letter, every phone call. He's performing for an audience, playing the role of the mysterious serial killer with dark secrets. It's pathetic and evil in equal measure. The legal battles surrounding Glenn Rogers' death sentence have dragged on for nearly 3 decades. His attorneys have filed appeal after appeal, challenging everything from jury selection to evidence handling to the constitutionality of Florida's death penalty procedures. Each appeal buys him more time in his cell, more years breathing air his victims never got to breathe. In 2020, his execution was stayed pending a review of new DNA technology that defense attorneys claimed might exonerate him. The review took 18 months and concluded exactly what everyone already knew. The DNA evidence definitively placed Glenn Rogers at multiple murder scenes. The stay was lifted. A new execution date was set for March 2022. Then COVID-19 swept through the prison system, and executions were suspended. Then there were more appeals. Then the state of Florida changed its death penalty protocols. Each delay pushed the date further into the future. Tina Marie Cribb's son, Michael, is now 44 years old, 8 years older than his mother was when she died. He's spent more of his life without her than with her. He's gotten married, had children of his own, built a career, all milestones his mother should have witnessed but never did. People ask me if I want to see him executed, Michael says, sitting in his Tampa home with photographs of his mother displayed on the mantle behind him. They expect me to say yes, to want revenge, to want him to suffer. But honestly, I just want him gone. I want him erased from our lives. Whether that happens through execution or him dying in his cell of old age, I don't care. I just want to stop hearing his name, stop seeing his face in documentaries, stop having reporters call me every time he grants another interview. My mother deserves to be remembered for who she was, not as a victim of some monster who's still getting attention decades later. This sentiment echoes across the families of Rogers' confirmed victims. They're tired of the legal process, tired of the media attention, tired of the way their loved ones have been reduced to case numbers and crime scene photographs. They want the story to end so they can finally, fully grieve. But the story refuses to end. New theories emerge. New documentaries get produced. New investigators take up the cold cases that might be connected to Glenn Rogers. In 2021, a true crime podcast called The Missing Highway examines 17 unsolved disappearances of women along Interstate 40 between 1985 and 1995. Glenn Rogers drove that exact route repeatedly during those years, moving between Tennessee, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico for construction work. The podcast presented compelling circumstantial evidence linking Rogers to at least 5 of the disappearances. The podcast generated enough interest that the FBI reopened investigations into 3 of the cases. As of 2025, those investigations continue, hampered by degraded evidence, faded memories, and the simple passage of time. DNA that might have been viable in 1995 has degraded beyond usefulness. Witnesses who might have seen something have died or can't remember clearly. The trail goes cold faster than investigators can follow it. Dr. Mitchell Rosen, a criminologist who specializes in serial offender behavior, has studied the Rogers case extensively. He believes the confirmed victims represent only a fraction of Rogers' actual body count. Look at his pattern, Dr. Rosen explains, pulling up a map dotted with pins representing Rogers' known locations between 1985 and 1995. He was constantly moving, working cash jobs, staying in cheap motels, never establishing a permanent address. That's the lifestyle of a highly active serial offender. The ones we know about, the ones he got caught for, those are likely the times he got sloppy, stayed too long, left too much evidence. For every victim we found, there are probably 3 or 4 we didn't. Women whose bodies were disposed of so well they were never discovered. Women whose disappearances were written off as runaways or accidents. We're talking about a time before GPS, before cell phone tracking, before the kind of surveillance technology we have now. It would have been remarkably easy for someone like Rogers to kill frequently and move on before anyone connected the dots. The most chilling aspect of Dr. Rosen's theory is how it reframes the timeline. If Rogers killed his first victim in the late 1980s, as evidence suggests, and wasn't caught until 1995, that's nearly 8 years of active hunting. Even if he only killed once every 3 months, a conservative estimate for a mobile serial offender, that's 32 potential victims. 32 families who might never know what happened. 32 women who might still be listed as missing persons. Their cases sitting in databases. Their families clinging to hope that's already dead. The psychological profile of Glenn Edward Rogers has been studied extensively, used in FBI training programs to help agents recognize similar offenders. What makes Rogers particularly dangerous and particularly difficult to catch was his ability to compartmentalize. Unlike disorganized serial killers who spiral into chaos, Rogers maintained control. He held jobs. He maintained relationships. He could pass as normal for extended periods before the pressure to kill became overwhelming. He's what we call a high-functioning psychopath, explains Dr. Williamson. He has all the traits: lack of empathy, grandiosity, manipulativeness, need for stimulation, but he also has impulse control when it serves him. That's a deadly combination. It means he could plan, could wait, could select victims carefully rather than attacking impulsively. And it means he left fewer mistakes for investigators to find. The victims' families have found solace in various ways. Some threw themselves into advocacy work, pushing for better interstate communication between law enforcement agencies, for national databases that track violent offenders' movements, for resources to help cold case investigations. Linda Price's sister, Margaret, became a vocal advocate for violent crime victims' rights. She lobbied successfully for Mississippi to pass the Linda Price Act in 2002, which requires law enforcement agencies to immediately enter missing persons data into national databases and to coordinate with neighboring states on similar unsolved crimes. Linda's death can't be undone, Margaret said at the bill's signing ceremony, but maybe it can prevent future deaths. Maybe it can help catch the next monster before he kills 5 women. Maybe it can spare another family from this nightmare. Sandra Gallagher's daughters established a memorial scholarship fund in their mother's name, providing financial assistance to single mothers pursuing nursing degrees. The dream Sandra was working toward when Rogers ended her life. The scholarship has helped 43 women complete their education. Mom always wanted to help people, Sandra's oldest daughter explained at the scholarship fund's 10th anniversary celebration. She died before she could become a nurse, but in a way, she's still healing people. Every woman who gets the scholarship, who becomes a nurse because of it, who goes on to save lives, that's Mom's legacy continuing. That monster took her life, but he didn't take her impact on the world. These acts of transformation, turning grief into action, pain into purpose, represent the only meaningful victories possible when a life is stolen by violence. The victims can't be brought back. The years can't be returned. But their memories can inspire change, can push systems to improve, can help prevent future tragedies. Back in his cell on death row, Glenn Edward Rogers continues his strange existence. He corresponds with several pen pals, mostly women fascinated by true crime, drawn to the dark mystique of serial killers. He grants occasional interviews, always angling for television appearances, for attention, for relevance. He works out in his cell, reads voraciously, and watches television during his limited recreation time. By all accounts, he shows no genuine remorse. The closest he comes is performative regret during interviews with Christian journalists, where he speaks about finding faith and seeking redemption. But correctional officers report that moments after these interviews end, after the cameras stop rolling, Rogers is back to his usual self. Cold, manipulative, occasionally cruel to other inmates. "He tried to recruit me once," says James Patterson, a former death row inmate whose conviction was overturned after DNA evidence exonerated him. "Started telling me about his work, trying to get me to admire it, to see him as some kind of genius who'd outsmarted everyone for years. When I told him he was just a coward who murdered women who trusted him, he turned nasty, threatened me, told me he had contacts on the outside who could hurt my family. It was all empty threats, but it showed who he really is under that fake charm. He's a petty, small man who's angry that the world stopped letting him feel powerful. The question that haunts everyone who studies the Rogers case is simple and unanswerable. Could he have been stopped sooner? The warning signs were there. The arrest at 14 for breaking into a woman's home. The concerning statements to his ex-girlfriend about killing someone. The pattern of violent behavior. But in the 1980s and early 1990s, these signs weren't connected, weren't tracked, weren't acted upon in ways that might have prevented future violence. "We failed those women," admits Detective Webb bluntly. "The system failed them. If we'd had better communication between jurisdictions, if we'd taken his early offenses more seriously, if we'd followed up on reports and suspicions, Linda Price might still be alive. Tina Cribbs might be a grandmother now. Sandra Gallagher might have become the nurse she dreamed of being. We can't change what happened, but we can damn sure learn from it and do better." And slowly, painfully, the system has improved. The FBI's VICAP database, Violent Criminal Apprehension Program, was enhanced specifically because of cases like Rogers. Interstate communication between law enforcement agencies has become standard practice. DNA databases allow for quicker matching of suspects to crime scenes. Digital tracking of credit cards and vehicle movements makes it harder for killers to disappear between crimes. Would Glenn Rogers be caught faster if he were operating today? Almost certainly. Would he even attempt the same pattern of crimes knowing how much easier he'd be to track? Probably not. Technology has changed the landscape of serial offending, making the kind of multi-state rampage Rogers conducted far more difficult. But technology can't fix the fundamental problem: the human capacity for evil. There will always be people like Glenn Rogers, people whose internal wiring has crossed in ways that make them dangerous to others. The question is how quickly society can identify them, how effectively systems can intervene, and how thoroughly communities can protect their most vulnerable members. As of October 2025, Glenn Edward Rogers has been on death row for 28 years. His current execution date is scheduled for March 2026, though his attorneys have already filed motions for another stay. He's 63 years old, suffering from diabetes and high blood pressure, conditions that likely mean he'll die of natural causes before the state of Florida ever has the chance to execute him. The victims' families wait. Some hope to see justice delivered through execution. Some just want him to die quietly so they can finally stop waiting, stop hoping, stop having their grief refreshed every time his case appears in the news. And across America, in evidence rooms and cold case files, photographs of missing women wait too. Some of them, how many we'll never know, are Glenn Rogers victims. Women who disappeared without explanation, whose families still wonder what happened, who might have been saved if Rogers had been caught earlier. This is the true legacy of serial killers. Not just the lives they take, but all the potential those lives represented, all the people who would have been touched by those victims, all the moments that were stolen along with their final breaths. When Glenn Rogers strangled Linda Price in September 1993, he didn't just kill one 41-year-old woman. He killed the grandmother Linda would have become, the friend she would have been to people she hadn't met yet, the experiences she would have had, the impact she would have made on her corner of the world. Multiply that loss by 5 confirmed victims, by 7 probable victims, by however many the real number actually is. That's the mathematics of murder. Exponential destruction rippling out from each death, touching countless lives, creating voids that never fully close. Glenn Edward Rogers sits in his cell, counting days, playing games with information, maintaining the illusion that he still matters. But he doesn't. He's already been defeated, already lost everything that defines a meaningful human existence. He has no freedom, no future, no legacy beyond the revulsion people feel when they hear his name. The real story isn't about him. It never was. The real story is about 5 women who deserved better, who trusted the wrong person at the wrong moment, whose lives were cut short by senseless violence. The real story is about families who transformed grief into action, who refused to let their loved ones be forgotten, who fought to prevent future tragedies. The real story is about detectives who wouldn't give up, about systems that learned from failure, about communities that came together to demand justice. Glenn Edward Rogers is just the villain in someone else's story, the obstacle that was eventually overcome, the darkness that makes the light of human resilience shine brighter by contrast. And as he sits in his cell, aging and irrelevant, the world continues without him. Families heal as much as they're able. Investigators close other cases. Society evolves and improves. Life goes on. That's the real ending to the story of the vending machine killer. Not his death, whenever it comes, but the simple fact that life, beautiful, complicated, messy human life, continues despite what he did. He tried to snuff out the light in 5 women's eyes, tried to prove that he had power over life and death. But he failed, because those women are still remembered, still loved, still present in the hearts of everyone they touched. Their stories continue through the people they inspired, the changes they prompted, the love they generated that refuses to die. Glenn Rogers will eventually die, either by execution or by time. And when he does, the world will be unmoved. There will be no mourners at his funeral, no legacy worth preserving, nothing of value lost. But Linda, Tina, Sandra, Sutton, and Julie, the woman who survived, they matter. They mattered then, they matter now, they will matter always. That's how evil is ultimately defeated. Not through revenge or punishment, but through remembrance, through refusing to let violence have the final word, through choosing to honor life even in the face of death. The nightmare is over. The healing never quite ends. And somewhere, in the hearts of people who never forgot, 5 women smile. Not victims anymore, but presences, memories, inspirations for everyone who refuses to let darkness win. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2. The Abaddon Forest of Horror. The Saka Nightmare. Some forests swallow people whole, but this one kept them alive to suffer. They say when you hunt monsters, you must be careful not to become one yourself. But what happens when ordinary men, searching for their missing friend, stumble into a nightmare so grotesque that reality itself begins to fracture? What happens when the forest stops being just trees and shadows and transforms into something that breathes with malice? March 22nd, 2014. Saka Forest, Ibadan, Nigeria. A group of motorcycle taxi drivers went looking for one missing colleague. What they found wasn't just their friend. It was hundreds of skulls, dozens of decomposing corpses, and 23 living souls chained in darkness, so emaciated they barely resembled humans anymore. Welcome to the forest that doesn't just kill, it harvests. This is the story of the Abaddon Forest of Horror, where ritualists turned human beings into commodities, where screams echoed through the trees for years while the world remained deaf, and where evil wore a suit and tie. What you're about to hear will crawl under your skin and make a home there, because this isn't just about death. It's about the systematic torture, imprisonment, and butchering of innocent people in the heart of a sprawling city, and how nobody heard them screaming. The motorcycle engine sputtered to silence as Adewale killed the ignition. Around him, the Saka forest pressed in from all sides, a tangled mass of vegetation that had grown wild and unchecked on the outskirts of Ibadan. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy in weak, sickly beams that barely touched the forest floor. There was something wrong about this place, something that made the hair on the back of his neck stand rigid, made his skin prickle with an ancestral fear that couldn't be explained by logic or reason. But Adewale wasn't here for logic. He was here for his friend. 3 days. That's how long Tund had been missing. 3 days since the fellow motorcycle taxi driver had picked up what seemed like a routine fare, a man who needed to go somewhere near the Saka area, near this cursed forest. Tund had called his wife that morning, told her he'd be home for lunch. The lunch went cold. The sun set. The next day came and went, and Tund never returned. The other drivers had tried reporting it to the police. They'd been met with the usual bureaucratic indifference. Forms to fill, statements to give, promises that someone would look into it eventually. But eventually wasn't good enough. Not when drivers had been disappearing for months now. Not when every week seemed to bring news of someone else who'd vanished into thin air, leaving behind confused families and cold trails. So they'd formed their own search party. 7 men, all motorcycle taxi drivers who worked the same routes, who knew the streets and back alleys of Ibadan like the lines on their own palms. They'd tracked Tund's last known location to this area, to this forest that locals had started avoiding, to this patch of land that seemed to swallow people whole. The forest seemed to watch them as they moved deeper into its embrace. Every crack of a twig sounded like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. Every rustle of leaves made them spin, hearts hammering, hands instinctively going to the makeshift weapons they'd brought. Machetes, iron rods, anything that might offer protection against whatever evil lurked here. It was Ibrahim who smelled it first. "God have mercy," he whispered, his voice strangled with horror. "Do you smell that?" They all did. A smell that grabbed you by the throat and squeezed. A smell of rot and decay so thick you could taste it on your tongue, feel it coating the inside of your mouth. The smell of death that had been left to fester in the humid Nigerian heat. The smell of human bodies decomposing, layer upon layer of death accumulated over months, maybe years. "Maybe it's an animal," someone suggested weakly, but nobody believed it. They all knew. Deep in their guts, in that primal part of the brain that recognizes danger, they all knew what they were about to find. The building emerged from the vegetation like a diseased growth. It was a dilapidated structure, 8 rooms arranged in a rough square, walls crumbling and covered in mold and moss, windows broken or boarded up. The roof partially collapsed, allowing shafts of light to penetrate the darkness within. And beside it, 2 shipping containers, their metal sides rusted and scarred, doors hanging open like screaming mouths. The smell was overwhelming now, a physical force that made them gag and retch. But they pressed forward. They had to, because somewhere in this nightmare, Tund might still be alive. What they found in that first room would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Bodies, or what remained of bodies, piled in the corners like garbage, flesh sloughed off bones, skin turned to leather, eyes melted into empty sockets that seemed to stare at nothing and everything. Flies buzzed in thick, lazy clouds. Maggots writhed in the exposed cavities. The floor was slick with bodily fluids that had soaked into the concrete, creating dark stains that would never wash away. But it was the second room that broke them. Chained to the walls, barely alive, were people. Real, living human beings, though they looked more like ghosts or revenants dragged from nightmare. Their skin hung loose on skeletons held together by little more than will and suffering. Their eyes were hollow, sunken so deep into their skulls you could see the bone structure beneath. Some of them looked up as the light hit them, blinking slowly like they'd forgotten what daylight looked like. Others didn't move at all, bodies swaying slightly where they hung from their chains, alive but not really living. One of them, a man who might have been 40 or might have been 70, it was impossible to tell, opened his mouth. A sound came out, but it wasn't quite language. It was something that had been language once, before starvation and torture had broken his mind and vocal cords. It was the sound of humanity stripped away, leaving only suffering behind. "Oh God!" Adiwale whispered. "Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!" They found 23 survivors in total, spread across the various rooms. 18 men and 5 women, all of them chained, all of them emaciated to the point where their bones threatened to tear through their paper-thin skin. One woman had blood staining her legs and the ground beneath her. She'd given birth recently, they realized with dawning horror. Given birth in this hell, in chains, and the baby was nowhere to be seen. Sold, they would learn later. Sold like livestock because that's all these people had been to their captors. Commodities, resources to be harvested and sold piece by piece. In the containers outside, they found the marketplace of human suffering. Hundreds of skulls, stacked like coconuts at a market stall. Bones sorted by type, femurs here, ribs there, smaller bones organized in containers like hardware at a shop. Personal belongings that told the stories of lives interrupted. Identification cards, ATM cards, phones, shoes, handbags, clothes ranging from adult sizes to heartbreakingly small children's garments. Each item a person. Each person a story that ended here, in this forest, screaming for help that never came. One ID card caught Adiwale's eye. Rafiu Alamu, tanker driver. He recognized the face. A man who'd been reported missing 8 months ago, whose family had plastered his photo across the city, begging for information. Another card, Janet Motenreo Limo, a bank card still bearing her name. How long had she been here? How long had she suffered before the end? They found weapons too. Guns. Machetes with dried blood still crusting the blades. Ropes. Chains. The tools of torture and kidnapping laid out like a workshop. And they found charms. Juju items wrapped in cloth. Bottles filled with mysterious liquids. Animal parts arranged in patterns that spoke of dark rituals performed under moonlight. The police arrived hours later, after Adiwale had made frantic calls on his mobile phone, his hands shaking so badly he could barely dial. The officers who entered the forest that day would require counseling. Some would quit the force entirely, unable to reconcile what they'd seen with any rational worldview. Because this wasn't just murder. This was something far worse. The survivors, when they could speak, told fragments of stories that pieced together a nightmare of systematic abduction and torture. They spoke of men posing as government officials, claiming to be part of the urban renewal initiative that the Oyo state government had launched. They would target street hawkers, petty traders, people who operated in the gray economy, people whose disappearance might not be immediately reported, whose families might not have the resources or connections to push for investigations. We violated environmental laws. One survivor, Nafiu Shitu, managed to explain to reporters later, his voice barely above a whisper. He'd been selling herbal medicine at a Godi gate when men swooped in, forced him into a car. He thought he was being arrested. Instead, he was brought to this forest, to this hell on earth, where he was chained and starved and watched as people around him died one by one. Titi Dokbasi, who claimed to be 45 but looked closer to 70 after her ordeal, described how they were fed once a week. Once a week. Minimal food, just enough to keep them alive, keep their organs functioning for whatever purpose their captors had planned. She'd spent her time praying, she said, chained to a wall in the corner of a room, watching people die around her. I don't know if anyone gave birth there, she said, though others confirmed at least one woman had. But people were dying. All the time, people were dying. The forest had claimed over 20 bodies that were found in various states of decomposition. But the hundreds of skulls suggested the real number was far, far higher. How long had this been operating? Months? Years? How many people had been brought here? How many had died screaming in the darkness while the city went about its business just kilometers away? As news of the discovery spread, Sawka Forest was transformed overnight. What had been an overlooked patch of wilderness became infamous, a place of pilgrimage for the morbidly curious and the desperately searching. Families who'd reported missing persons flocked to the site, hoping against hope that their loved ones might be among the survivors, dreading that they might find evidence among the dead. The nickname came quickly, the Abaddon Forest of Horror. Some called it the Evil Forest, the Abaddon House of Horror. But whatever name you gave it, the reality remained the same. This was a place where humanity's darkest impulses had been given free rein, where torture and murder and ritual sacrifice had occurred on an industrial scale, and where the screams had gone unheard for far too long. Governor Abiola Ajimobi visited the site, his face ashen, his usual political composure shattered. He called for a minute of silence for the dead. He announced the immediate revocation of the certificates of occupancy for the land. He promised action, investigation, justice. But as the survivors were loaded into ambulances, as the dead were photographed and documented, as the evidence was catalogued and the forest was finally, belatedly, secured, one question hung in the air like the smell of death that permeated everything. How had this been allowed to happen? How had people vanished, screamed, died in such numbers without anyone noticing, without anyone caring enough to act? The answer, as investigators would soon discover, was even more disturbing than the crime itself. Because the forest didn't just claim random victims. It was fed by a system, a network, a machine built on kidnapping and ritual murder that reached far beyond this one location. And the people operating this machine didn't live in the forest. They lived in the city. They wore expensive clothes. They attended important meetings. Some of them, whispers suggested, held positions of power and influence. The discovery of the Saka Forest Horror was just the beginning. The real story, the story of who ran this operation and why, was about to emerge from the shadows. And it would reveal that sometimes the monsters don't hide in the forest at all. They hide in plain sight. The interrogation rooms at the Oyo State Police headquarters had seen their share of criminals, thieves, murderers, armed robbers. But the suspects brought in from the Saka forest were different. They weren't defiant. They weren't plotting escape or maintaining elaborate lies. They were matter-of-fact, clinical, describing their roles in the horror with the same tone someone might use to describe their daily commute. Abedin Akanmu sat across from the investigators, his face impassive. When asked about his role, he didn't deny anything. Why would he? He was just doing a job, he explained. He'd been brought to the building by a man named Batamosi to watch over the house inmates. That's what he called them. Inmates, not victims. Not prisoners. Inmates, as if this were some legitimate institution rather than a torture chamber masquerading as a building. Batamosi frequently brought in people. Akanmu explained, his voice devoid of emotion. They were unkempt and dirty looking. I just watched them, while they starved, while they died, while they begged for mercy or release or death. Just watched them. But Akanmu was small fish, investigators quickly realized. A cog in a much larger, much more terrifying machine. The real operations, the true architects of the forest's horror, remained hidden, protected by layers of intermediaries and plausible deniability. And as the investigation deepened, as more witnesses came forward and more evidence was analyzed, a picture emerged that was even more disturbing than the original discovery. This wasn't the work of a few deranged individuals. This was industrial-scale kidnapping and ritual murder, operated with the efficiency of a business and the protection of powerful people who had every interest in keeping it running. The survivors' testimonies began to reveal the methodology. The kidnappers operated with precision and intelligence, targeting specific types of victims: street hawkers, traders, motorcycle taxi drivers, people who existed in the margins of society. People whose disappearance might be noticed by family but wouldn't trigger major investigations. People who lacked the connections or resources to push law enforcement into action. They posed as government officials, the survivors explained. They carried themselves with authority, spoke the language of bureaucracy, invoked the urban renewal initiatives that Governor Ajimobi's administration had been implementing. They would approach a street vendor and inform them they'd violated environmental regulations. They'd demand compliance, threaten arrests, and then offer a solution. Come with us, pay a fine, sign some papers, and this will all go away. For people living on the margins, people who dealt with corrupt officials their entire lives, this wasn't unusual. It was expected. So they went. They climbed into the vehicles, expecting to be taken to a police station or government office. Instead, they were taken to the forest, to the building, to the chains. But why? That was the question that gnawed at investigators and the public alike. Why kidnap these people? Why keep them alive in such horrific conditions? The answer, when it emerged, revealed a subculture so dark that many refused to believe it could exist in modern Nigeria. Ritual killings, juju, the harvesting of human body parts for mystical ceremonies and power acquisition. Nigeria, like many African nations, exists in a complex space between modernity and tradition. While Lagos and Abuja bristle with skyscrapers and technology, while the educated elite consume Western media and culture, traditional beliefs in mystical power remain deeply embedded in the national consciousness. And some of those beliefs involve the use of human body parts in rituals designed to grant wealth, political power, or supernatural abilities. The survivors spoke of herbalists, traditional spiritual practitioners, who would visit the forest. They described watching as people were selected, removed from their chains, and taken away. Some returned, many didn't. Those who did come back sometimes bore fresh wounds, missing fingers or toes or other parts that had been removed with clinical precision. The human skull market in Nigeria was an open secret, investigators discovered. In certain areas, particularly in the southwest, there existed a black market for body parts. Skulls could fetch significant sums. Fresh organs commanded even higher prices. Hair from certain types of people, virgins, twins, pregnant women, was considered particularly valuable for rituals. But the truly disturbing revelation was who the customers were. Not just herbalists, not just practitioners of traditional religion, politicians, business tycoons, society figures, people who publicly attended churches and mosques, who gave speeches about morality and progress, who smiled for cameras and shook hands with international delegations. In private, some of these same people sought out human body parts for rituals they believed would grant them power and success. The woman who'd escaped, the one whose story emerged in the days following the discovery, painted a chilling picture. She'd been kidnapped and driven to the Saka forest. But when they'd arrived at the herbalist's location, he'd turned them away. She has a strong spiritual power protecting her, the herbalist had declared. So they'd stolen her car and abandoned her on the outskirts of Ibadan, where she'd managed to flag down help. She'd reported the incident. Nothing had been done. She'd eventually left the country, traumatized and terrified that they'd come back for her. How many others had reported strange abductions, narrow escapes, suspicious encounters near the forest? How many police reports had been filed and then quietly buried? The youth in the area claimed they'd been reporting the forest for months, even years. They'd told police about people going missing, about strange activities in the forest, about screams heard in the night, and nothing had been done. This raised the most disturbing question of all. Had the police known? Had officials been aware of what was happening? And if so, had they been complicit either through bribery, fear, or their own involvement in the rituals? The discovery of the Saka forest wasn't an isolated incident. Investigators soon learned. Less than 2 weeks later, another similar site was discovered in Adigbe, in Abeokuta, Ogun State. Another forest, another abandoned building, more victims. The pattern was clear. This wasn't one isolated horror. This was a network, a system that spanned states and possibly the entire region. Governor Ajimobi, to his credit, seemed genuinely shaken. He ordered the land seized, the certificates of occupancy revoked. He demanded forensic analysis, proper investigation, justice for the victims. But his orders quickly ran into obstacles. The police announced they needed to conduct forensic evaluations before buildings could be demolished. This made sense from an investigative standpoint: preserve the crime scene, gather evidence. But to the residents of Saka and the families of victims, it felt like a delay tactic. Some even suggested it was designed to give the perpetrators time to cover their tracks, to destroy evidence, to ensure that the truly powerful people behind the operation remained safely hidden. And there were powerful people involved. That became clear as the investigation proceeded. Or rather, as the investigation failed to proceed. 8 suspects were arrested in those first days. 8 people directly connected to the site. But who were they? low-level operatives, guards, assistants, the people who did the dirty work, the herbalist who actually performed the rituals, the men who stood watch and fed the prisoners their once-weekly meal. But where were the customers? Where were the people who'd commissioned these kidnappings, who'd paid for the body parts, who'd attended the rituals? Where were the powerful politicians and business tycoons whose names whispered through the community? People who everyone seemed to know were involved, but nobody could prove were connected. They remained untouched, protected, insulated by their wealth and connections from the consequences of their actions. The mass grave came quickly. Too quickly, many said. The government, citing public health concerns in the tropical heat, ordered the rapid burial of the decomposed remains. But families wanted identification. They wanted confirmation. They wanted proper autopsies that might reveal how their loved ones had died, how long they'd suffered, whether they could finally have closure. Instead, they got a mass grave. Dozens of bodies, many unidentified, buried together before proper forensic analysis could be completed. Evidence, potentially crucial evidence, lost forever. The government called it necessity. Critics called it a cover-up. The riots came next. Angry residents, frustrated by years of ignored reports and rapid cover-up attempts, took to the streets. At Sanayo police station, crowds gathered, demanding answers, demanding action. The police, whether out of fear or frustration, responded with force. Gunshots rang out. A woman named Kafayat Afanja, a grocery seller at a Agodi gate, was shot dead. She hadn't even been part of the protests. She was simply in the wrong place when police tried to disperse crowds they feared were going to burn down the station. More violence followed. A man feigning madness was discovered by a mob and searched. They found 4 mobile phones and a gun. In their fury, convinced he was one of the kidnappers, they burned him alive. Mob justice, brutal and final, filling the vacuum where official justice failed to materialize. 2 journalists were attacked while trying to cover the story. Felix Ademola, a photojournalist with This Day newspapers, was roughed up by police. Bayo Falik from Splash FM was beaten by a mob and had his car destroyed. The forest had become a war zone, with different factions. Police, residents, families of victims, the morbidly curious, all colliding in a chaos of grief and anger and fear. Meanwhile, the survivors struggled to recover. At Adioyo State Hospital, they were treated for severe malnutrition, infections, and the psychological trauma of their ordeal. Hospital officials were reluctant to let media speak with them, citing their fragile conditions. When journalists were finally allowed brief interviews, the survivors could barely articulate their experiences. Words failed to capture what they'd endured. Whale Atoyabi from Ada in Osun State could only give his name. Michael Ola managed a few words, but nothing coherent. These were people whose minds had been broken by sustained trauma, who'd watched death claim the person chained next to them day after day, who'd survived through some combination of luck and will that they themselves couldn't explain. The herbalist arrested in connection with the killings provided glimpses into the ritual aspects. The human parts were used in ceremonies designed to grant success in business, victory in elections, protection from enemies. Blood was important. Fresh organs more important still. The specifics of the rituals remained murky. Practitioners were reluctant to speak, and those who did provided contradictory accounts. But the core belief was clear. Human sacrifice could grant supernatural power to those wealthy and ruthless enough to pursue it. What made it even more chilling was how normalized it seemed to be among certain circles. This wasn't considered aberrant behavior by the perpetrators. It was business. An exchange of services, you provide payment and victims, the herbalist provides rituals and power. The moral horror that gripped the nation seemed entirely absent from the people actually involved in the operation. As weeks turned to months, the initial fury began to fade. The media moved on to other stories. The survivors were released from hospitals to attempt rebuilding their shattered lives. The families of the dead buried their loved ones, or tried to find peace without ever recovering bodies or getting confirmation of death. The forest itself became a grim tourist attraction. People came from across Nigeria and beyond to see the site, to take photos, to experience the frisson of fear that came from standing where such evil had occurred. Vendors set up stalls nearby, selling snacks and drinks to the curious crowds. The horror had become commodified, packaged, consumed. Eventually, the site was cleared and demolished. In its place, the government built the Oyo State Comprehensive Model School, a place of learning rising from a place of death. A symbolic gesture meant to reclaim the land from darkness. But symbols don't bring justice. Education facilities don't explain how this was allowed to happen. And schools can't answer the question that haunted everyone involved. How many other forests are there? How many other buildings hidden in overlooked places, where people scream and nobody hears, where ritualists harvest human beings like crops, where the powerful and wealthy purchase their success with the lives of the powerless and poor? The answer, most feared, was far more than anyone wanted to acknowledge. 6 months after the discovery of the Saka forest, the attention of Nigeria had moved elsewhere. The news cycle had churned through the horror, processed it, packaged it as another tragedy in a nation that had seen its share of tragedies, and moved on. But for the survivors, for the families, for the investigators who'd walked through that building and seen things that would never leave their minds, nothing had moved on. The horror remained, alive and festering like an infected wound. 23 survivors had been pulled from the forest. 23 souls who'd been given a second chance at life. But survival, they quickly learned, was its own kind of torture. Reintegration proved nearly impossible. These weren't people who'd experienced a brief traumatic event. They'd been systematically starved, tortured, and psychologically broken over weeks or months. They'd watched people die chained next to them. They'd lost all sense of time, all sense of self, all sense of hope. You don't come back from that unchanged. Nefiu Shitu, the herbal medicine seller who'd been grabbed from a Agodi gate, found himself unable to return to street trading. The sight of men in official-looking clothes triggered panic attacks. The sound of car engines made him freeze, transported back to that moment when hands had grabbed him and forced him into a vehicle. He developed severe agoraphobia, unable to leave his home without experiencing crippling anxiety. Titi Dokbasi, the woman who'd aged 2 decades in her captivity, struggled with survivor's guilt. Why had she lived when so many others died? What made her special? What made her deserve survival when the person chained 3 feet away had succumbed to starvation or disease or simply given up and let death claim them? She developed insomnia, unable to close her eyes without seeing the faces of the dead, without hearing their final gasps and whimpers. And the woman who'd given birth in captivity, whose baby had been sold like livestock, she descended into a darkness from which she might never emerge. She refused to speak about what had happened, refused counseling, refused to even acknowledge the trauma. Her family watched helplessly as she became a ghost in her own life, present but not really there, functioning but not really living. The psychological support infrastructure in Nigeria was minimal. Trauma counseling, PTSD treatment, long-term psychological care, these were luxuries that most survivors couldn't access. They were left to process their horror alone, with the support of families who loved them but couldn't possibly understand what they'd endured. How do you explain to someone what it feels like to be reduced to an object, a commodity, a piece of meat waiting to be harvested? But while the survivors struggled in obscurity, the investigation was revealing something even more disturbing. Saka wasn't unique. It wasn't even unusual. A pattern emerged as investigators began looking at missing person reports from across southwestern Nigeria. Hundreds of people had vanished over the past several years. Thousands, if you expanded the time frame and included cases where families had stopped looking, where reports had never been filed because the victims had no one to miss them. Street vendors, taxi drivers, prostitutes, homeless people, the elderly with no family, children living on the streets, people who existed in the margins, who could disappear without triggering widespread investigations or media attention. Each one a potential victim of the network that had operated the Saka forest. Other locations began to surface. The discovery in Adigbi, Abeokuta, came just weeks after Saka. Another forest, another abandoned building, more victims. But this time the response was quicker, more organized. The building was secured immediately. Forensic teams were deployed. The governor of Ogun State demanded transparency and action. But even there, even with increased vigilance and public attention, the trail went cold. Low-level operatives were arrested. The actual handlers, the people who'd captured victims, transported them, maintained the facilities, remained elusive. And the customers, the people who'd commissioned these kidnappings and purchased the harvested parts, remained completely untouched. The investigation into the network began to encounter obstacles that suggested coordination at higher levels. Evidence went missing. Witnesses suddenly refused to testify. Suspects died in custody under suspicious circumstances. One supposedly committed suicide by hanging himself with his own belt, despite being in a cell that should have been monitored. Another developed sudden illness and died before he could be interrogated properly. Journalists attempting to investigate the connections to powerful figures faced intimidation. Phones were tapped. Families received threats. One reporter's house was burned down while he was out. A clear message about the consequences of digging too deep. The police response to these incidents was tepid at best, suggesting that some officers had been compromised or were actively working to protect the network. The OPC, the Ujua People's Congress, a Yoruba nationalist organization that had previously been involved in community security, took an interest in the case. Local OPC Chairman Alyamo announced that the organization was conducting its own investigation, operating in the other realm to uncover hidden sites and identify perpetrators that conventional law enforcement couldn't touch. It was a telling statement. The fact that a militant ethnic organization felt the need to conduct parallel investigations suggested deep distrust in official channels. If the police couldn't or wouldn't root out the network, perhaps traditional methods that operated outside the legal system, could succeed where conventional investigation had failed. But even the OPC ran into walls. Their investigations uncovered more locations, more suspected sites. Yet when they brought this information to authorities, action was slow or non-existent. Buildings that should have been raided remained untouched. Suspects they identified remained free. It was as if an invisible shield protected certain people and certain places from consequences. The ritual aspect of the killings opened up particularly disturbing questions about belief systems and modernity. How could educated people who'd attended universities, people who publicly professed Christianity or Islam, privately participate in traditional rituals that required human sacrifice? The answer lay in the complex relationship Nigeria, and much of Africa, has with traditional spirituality. Despite colonialism, despite the spread of Abrahamic religions, despite modernization and globalization, traditional beliefs never truly disappeared. They went underground, became syncretized with newer religions, operated in shadows cast by churches and mosques. For the truly cynical, for those who valued power above morality, traditional rituals offered something that conventional religion couldn't: tangible results. Or at least the belief in tangible results. A politician struggling in polls might pray in church on Sunday and consult a herbalist on Monday, hedging his bets, pursuing every possible avenue to success. And the herbalists, understanding the market, provided what their customers demanded. If that required human body parts, then human body parts would be procured. A supply chain emerged, with kidnappers providing raw materials, herbalists processing them into ritual components, and wealthy clients paying premium prices for ceremonies they believed would grant them power. The economics were brutally simple. A human skull might sell for 50,000 Nigerian nairas to 200,000 Nigerian naira, roughly $100 to $400 at the time, depending on freshness and the perceived spiritual power of the victim. Fresh organs commanded even higher prices. A complete ritual ceremony, involving multiple components and the herbalist services, could cost millions of naira, money that only the wealthy and powerful could afford. For the kidnappers and herbalists, this was lucrative business with relatively low risk. Victims came from populations that lacked political power. Law enforcement was compromised or incompetent. And the customers, the people ultimately driving demand, were protected by their wealth and connections. It was, in essence, a perfect criminal system. Supply met demand with minimal interference. The only people who paid the price were the victims and their families, people who'd never had power to begin with. 6 months after Sawka, then a year, then 2 years, the families of victims were still searching for answers. Some had gotten confirmation, DNA matches with remains found at the site, personal effects that proved their loved ones had been there. But many had nothing. No bodies, no confirmation, just absence and uncertainty. They formed support groups, these families. They met in churches and community centers, sharing grief and frustration and slowly fading hope. Some had turned to private investigators, spending money they didn't have for information that usually led nowhere. Others had consulted their own herbalists and spiritual practitioners, seeking answers in the same traditional systems that had facilitated their loved ones' deaths. The children of victims struggled particularly. How do you explain to a child that their parent was kidnapped, tortured, and murdered for ritual purposes? How do you help them process that their mother or father's death served no purpose beyond enriching herbalists and allegedly empowering politicians? What story do you tell that makes sense of such senseless evil? Some families simply told their children that their parents had died in accidents. It was easier than the truth, more digestible than the horror of what had actually occurred. But children sense when they're being lied to, and the unspoken truth poisoned relationships, created distance, left psychological scars that would last generations. The government's response continued to be inadequate. The Oyo State Comprehensive Model School was built on the Saka site, a gesture toward renewal and recovery. But no comprehensive system was established to identify other sites or prevent future kidnappings. No specialized task force was created to investigate the ritual killing network. No protection was offered to witnesses or investigators who tried to pursue the powerful people involved. In the absence of official action, vigilante justice became increasingly common. Mobs would seize anyone suspected of being involved in kidnappings, beating them, sometimes burning them alive. The line between justice and murder blurred as fear and frustration overtook rational process. Motorcycle taxi drivers became particularly vigilant, even paranoid. They developed coded systems for warning each other about suspicious passengers. They shared information about routes to avoid, about areas where kidnappings had occurred, about the types of fares that might be traps. Some refused to take passengers to certain areas entirely, no matter how much money was offered. Street vendors became hyper-aware of anyone approaching them with official-looking demeanor. The urban renewal initiatives that the government had implemented to modernize Ibadan became viewed with suspicion and fear. Legitimate officials found their work complicated by the trauma the Saka discovery had inflicted on the community. Trust, the foundation of any functional society, had been eroded. If ritualists could operate for years without detection, if police reports went ignored, if powerful people could purchase human body parts without consequences, then what institutions could be trusted? What authorities could be relied upon? The psychological impact on the broader community was profound and lasting. Parents became overprotective, refusing to let children out of sight. Young women stopped going out after dark. People avoided forests and isolated areas entirely. The sense of safety that urban living supposedly provided had been revealed as an illusion. And through it all, the network persisted. Because while Saka had been discovered, while media attention had briefly shone on the horror, the fundamental conditions that allowed it to exist remained unchanged. Poverty still drove people to the margins of society. Traditional beliefs in mystical power still motivated the wealthy to seek out rituals. Corruption still protected those with money and connections. Law enforcement still lacked the resources, will, or honesty to truly combat the problem. New reports trickled in. A woman in Lagos claimed she'd been approached by men posing as health officials. A taxi driver in Osun State narrowly escaped after realizing his passengers were attempting to drug him. A child vendor disappeared from a market in Ogun State, never to be seen again. Each incident might have been unrelated, or each might have been part of the same network that had operated Saka, still functioning, still harvesting victims, still feeding the dark appetites of people who believed human sacrifice could grant them power. The Saka forest had been discovered, cleared, and built over, but the horror it represented hadn't been eliminated. It had simply gone back into hiding, waiting for memory to fade, for attention to drift elsewhere, for the conditions that would allow it to operate openly once again. Years have passed since motorcycle taxi drivers stumbled into that nightmare in Saka Forest. The site itself bears no resemblance to what it once was. The Oyo State Comprehensive Model School stands where torture chambers once existed. Students laugh and learn where victims once screamed and died. Time, that great healer, has done its work. The news coverage has long since moved on. The public outrage has cooled. Life, as it always does, has continued. But for those who remember, for those who lived through it, for those who lost someone in that forest or one of the other sites that were discovered, nothing has been resolved. Nothing has been answered. The wounds remain open, infected with questions that nobody seems willing or able to address. 8 suspects were arrested in connection with the Saka forest. 8 people who were directly involved in maintaining the site, guarding the prisoners, or performing the rituals. Their fates disappeared into Nigeria's opaque legal system. Some were prosecuted. Some may have been convicted. But comprehensive public information about the outcomes of their trials is scarce. The Nigerian justice system, overburdened and underfunded, processes cases slowly when it processes them at all. But those 8 people, guards and herbalists and low-level operators, were never the real story. They were expendable, replaceable. For every person arrested, a dozen others existed who could fill the same role. The real story, the story that was never fully told, was about the people who weren't arrested. The customers, the clients, the wealthy and powerful individuals who'd commissioned kidnappings, who'd paid for human body parts, who'd participated in rituals that required the torture and death of innocent people. Those people remained untouched, unnamed, protected by the same wealth and connections that had allowed them to participate in such horror to begin with. Whispers circulated. Names were spoken in hushed tones. Politicians who'd supposedly used rituals to win elections, businessmen who'd allegedly commissioned ceremonies to secure contracts, religious leaders who publicly condemned witchcraft while privately consulting herbalists. But whispers aren't evidence. Rumors aren't prosecutions. And in the absence of official investigation and consequences, the whispers simply dissipated into the wind. The question that haunted investigators, that troubled anyone who looked deeply into the case, was this: how high up did the protection go? Were police officers directly on the payroll of the kidnapping network? Were judges compromised? Were politicians actively involved, either as customers or as protectors of customers? The fact that investigations consistently stalled when they approached powerful figures suggested the corruption was systemic, institutional, reaching into the highest levels of state government and possibly beyond. One detective, speaking off the record years later, described the frustration. "We knew who some of these people were. We had witnesses who'd seen them at ritual sites. We had financial records that connected them to herbalists. But every time we got close, orders would come down to redirect the investigation. Or evidence would disappear. Or witnesses would suddenly refuse to testify. It was like fighting a ghost. You know it's there, you can feel it, but you can't quite grab hold of it." The Saka forest discovery should have been a watershed moment. It should have triggered comprehensive reforms in how missing persons cases were handled. It should have led to specialized units trained in investigating ritual killings. It should have prompted serious examination of how traditional beliefs intersect with criminal enterprise. It should have resulted in a reckoning with the corruption that allowed such horror to persist. Instead, it became another story, another tragedy, another horror that Nigerians processed and then filed away in the mental cabinet where all the other tragedies are stored. Boko Haram attacks, oil spills, political violence, collapsed buildings, economic hardship. The capacity for sustained outrage becomes exhausted when there's always a new crisis demanding attention. But the network didn't disappear. It adapted. It became more careful. Sites became better hidden. Victims were selected with more discrimination. Operations became more distributed, more compartmentalized, making it harder to trace connections and identify the people at the top of the pyramid. Reports continued to surface. In 2016, 2 years after Saka, a ritual killing site was discovered in Benin City, Edo State. More bodies, more evidence of systematic kidnapping and ritual murder. The pattern was identical: marginalized victims, traditional spiritual practices, connections to wealthy clients. The public responded with brief horror, and then the story faded. In 2018, another site in Ogun State. In 2020, discoveries in Lagos. Each time, the same pattern. Each time, the same initial outrage followed by the same lack of comprehensive action. Each time, low-level operatives arrested while the actual power structure remained intact. Anthropologists and sociologists have attempted to understand the phenomenon. Why does ritual killing persist in modern Nigeria? Why do educated, wealthy people who've traveled internationally, who've been exposed to scientific thinking, who publicly embrace modernity, privately participate in practices that require human sacrifice? The answers are complex and uncomfortable. Traditional African spirituality operated on principles of transaction and reciprocity. You give something to spiritual forces, and they give you something in return. This transactional relationship survived colonialism, survived the spread of Christianity and Islam, survived modernization. It didn't disappear. It went underground, syncretized, adapted. For people pursuing power, political power, economic power, social status, every possible advantage matters. If there's even a chance that traditional rituals might work, that human sacrifice might grant supernatural assistance, then some people will pursue it. It's a cynical calculation, a hedging of bets. Pray in church, consult herbalists, use both traditional and modern methods to achieve goals. The victims of this belief system are always the powerless, always the poor, always the marginalized, because ritual efficacy, according to traditional belief, is enhanced by the suffering of the victim. The more innocent the victim, the more powerful the ritual. The more they suffer before death, the more potent their body parts become for spiritual purposes. It's a belief system that perfectly serves power dynamics. The wealthy and powerful literally consume the poor and powerless to maintain and enhance their positions. It's feudalism with a supernatural justification. It's capitalism distilled to its most brutal essence. The psychological profiles of people who participate in ritual killing are chilling. They don't see themselves as evil. They see themselves as pragmatic, as using every available tool to succeed in a competitive world. The victims aren't people to them. They're resources, raw materials, necessary sacrifices for greater goals. The compartmentalization required to publicly present as moral while privately commissioning torture and murder speaks to a fundamental disconnection from empathy, from humanity itself. And this isn't isolated to Nigeria. Similar patterns exist across West Africa, across Sub-Saharan Africa, wherever traditional beliefs in spiritual power intersect with extreme wealth inequality and weak law enforcement. Tanzania has struggled with albino killings for ritual purposes. South Africa has seen muti murders. Uganda, Kenya, Ghana all have documented cases of ritual killings, usually targeting vulnerable populations. But Nigeria, with its massive population, its extreme wealth inequality, and its complex relationship between modernity and tradition, has become perhaps the epicenter. The sheer scale of the problem, the hundreds or possibly thousands of people who've disappeared into this network, makes it one of the most significant human rights crises that nobody talks about. The families of Soka victims have largely given up seeking justice. The initial hope that discovery would lead to accountability has curdled into resignation. They hold memorial services on the anniversary of the discovery. They've erected makeshift shrines in their homes to loved ones whose bodies were never returned or properly identified. They've tried to move forward with their lives while carrying grief that never quite heals. The survivors have scattered. Some have left Nigeria entirely, seeking fresh starts in countries where the trauma doesn't follow them through familiar streets. Others have retreated into obscurity, living quiet lives, trying not to draw attention that might mark them as targets again. The psychological scars remain, manifesting in nightmares, in panic attacks, in the inability to trust or connect with others. And what of the 23 souls who were pulled alive from that forest? What became of them? The official record goes silent. Privacy concerns prevent detailed public information about their lives post-rescue. But occasional glimpses emerge. A survivor spotted working as a laborer in a different state, having changed his name and tried to erase his past. A woman who'd been rescued who later died by suicide, unable to bear the weight of survival. Another who descended into mental illness, his mind fractured beyond repair by what he'd endured. These are the hidden costs that never make headlines. the ripple effects of trauma that spread through families and communities. The children who grow up without parents, who inherit unprocessed grief and unexplained absence. The spouses who become caretakers for partners who survived physically but were broken psychologically. The siblings who carry guilt for not protecting their brothers and sisters from a horror they couldn't have prevented. The forest itself has become folklore. Children in Abadan are told stories about the evil that once lived there, cautionary tales designed to keep them vigilant and safe. But like all folklore, the stories have become somewhat sanitized, somewhat distant from the actual horror. The reality of what happened, the systematic torture, the industrial-scale kidnapping, the network of powerful people who made it possible, gets lost in the retelling. And perhaps that's necessary. Perhaps the full truth is too heavy for regular contemplation. Perhaps society needs to transform horror into story, to add distance and narrative structure, to make it digestible rather than overwhelming. But something is lost in that transformation. The urgency fades. The demand for justice becomes optional rather than imperative. The conditions that allowed the horror to occur remain unaddressed because the horror itself has been downgraded from crisis to story, from ongoing threat to historical event. Yet the threat remains ongoing. The network persists. The beliefs that motivate ritual killing haven't disappeared. The power structures that protect perpetrators haven't been dismantled. The economic desperation that makes people vulnerable to kidnapping hasn't been addressed. All the conditions that created the Saka forest horror remain in place, waiting for memory to fade enough that operations can resume with less caution. Somewhere in Nigeria right now, there are likely people chained in darkness. Somewhere, there are likely herbalists preparing for ceremonies that require human sacrifice. Somewhere, there are likely wealthy clients arranging for victims to be delivered. The scale may be smaller than it was before Saka was discovered. The operations may be more careful, more hidden. But the fundamental horror continues because nothing has fundamentally changed. The Saka forest was discovered by accident. Motorcycle taxi drivers looking for a missing friend who stumbled into nightmare. How many other sites haven't been discovered? How many other forests or abandoned buildings or remote locations hide the same horror? The answer is unknowable, but probably more than anyone wants to acknowledge. And this is perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire story. The discovery of the Saka forest didn't end anything. It was simply a moment when the curtain was briefly pulled back, when the horror that had been operating in shadows was temporarily exposed to light. The curtain has since closed again. The shadows have returned, and the machinery of ritual killing, fed by belief and protected by power, continues to operate. The students who attend the Oyo State Comprehensive Model School, who walk daily over ground where victims once died, mostly don't know the history of their school's location. And perhaps that's mercy, allowing new life and learning to flourish without the weight of past horror. But there's also something troubling about that amnesia, about the way societies move on before justice is achieved, before questions are answered, before the structures that enabled evil are actually dismantled. The Saka forest story isn't over. It was never just about one forest, one building, one group of perpetrators. It was about a network, a system, a belief structure intersecting with power and corruption. That system wasn't destroyed by the discovery. It was temporarily disrupted, briefly exposed, and then allowed to sink back into the darkness from which it emerged. And in that darkness, it waits. It adapts, continues. The forest that swallowed people whole is gone, replaced by a school. But the hunger that created that forest, the hunger for power, for success, for supernatural advantage purchased with human suffering, that hunger remains. It prowls through Nigeria's cities and towns, through its forests and hidden places, always searching for the vulnerable, the marginal, the powerless. 23 survivors were rescued from Saka. But how many remain in chains right now, in places we haven't discovered, suffering in darkness while the world goes about its business? How many more will be taken tomorrow, next week, next year, because we've chosen to treat this as a story that ended rather than a crisis that continues? These are the questions that haunt the night. These are the truths that make sleep difficult for anyone who truly understands what was discovered in that forest and what remains undiscovered in 100 other locations. The The monsters don't live in the forest. They never did. They live in cities, in mansions, in government offices. They wear expensive suits and attend important meetings. They smile for cameras and shake hands with foreign dignitaries. And at night, when nobody's watching, they participate in horrors that would shock the people who see them as leaders, as role models, as pillars of society. The Abaddon Forest of Horror revealed that truth. But truth without consequences is just information. And information without action is just noise. The screams from Saka have been silenced. The building has been demolished. The site has been transformed. But somewhere in Nigeria tonight, someone is screaming in darkness, chained and tortured and waiting to die, so that their body parts can grant power to someone who believes human sacrifice is the price of success. And the most terrifying part? Nobody who could stop it is listening. The forest is gone, but the evil it represented remains, patient and persistent, waiting for the world to forget so it can resume its harvest of human souls. That evil is still hungry, and it's still feeding. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Beast of Obing, Johan Eichhorn. Some monsters wear masks. Johan Eichhorn wore a wedding ring. They called him helpful, reliable, a devoted father who kissed his children goodnight. But when darkness swallowed Munich streets, Johan Eichhorn became something else entirely. A creature that stalked bicycle paths and forest trails, leaving 90 women shattered and 5 dead. This is the story of a predator who hid behind normalcy, a beast who married and had children while bodies piled in ditches. He wasn't hunting for survival. He was hunting because he could. And when they finally caught him trying to destroy a 12-year-old girl at a carnival, his confession would reveal depths of depravity that even hardened investigators couldn't fathom. Welcome to the nightmare of the Beast of Obing, where the man next door was the monster mothers warned about, and where evil didn't announce itself with fangs and claws, but with a smile and an invitation for a bike ride. Obing, a district on Munich's western edge, was the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, where neighbors borrowed sugar and children played in streets until twilight called them home, where a hard-working railroad man named Johan Eichhorn seemed like any other resident, unremarkable, steady, ordinary. Born October 8, 1906, he was the eldest of 8 children, raised by day laborers who worked themselves raw to keep food on the table. The Eichhorn family wasn't wealthy, but they were intact, functioning, by all appearances normal. Young Johann completed elementary school without incident. No red flags, no whispered concerns. He apprenticed as a fitter, learning the trade with the same methodical precision he would later apply to far darker pursuits. Eventually, he secured employment with Deutsche Reichsbahn, the German National Railway. His colleagues saw a helpful man, reliable, the kind of worker who showed up on time, completed his tasks, and kept his head down. They trusted him. They liked him. They had no idea what twisted machinery operated behind those unremarkable eyes. But even Johann knew something festered inside him, something wrong. He would later confess that his relationship with women had always been disturbed. When women kissed him, when they showed affection through gentle touches and soft words, he felt nothing. The warmth that should have bloomed in his chest remained cold and dead. Tenderness repulsed him. Kindness bored him. Only when violence entered the equation did he feel that dark flower of excitement unfurl inside his skull. Only when he saw fear in someone's eyes did his pulse finally quicken. The hunger had been growing since childhood, though no one recognized it. How could they? Johann wore his mask so well. He was helpful, reliable, normal. But masks, no matter how carefully crafted, eventually crack. And Johann's first fractures appeared within his own home. His sisters, innocent, trusting, trapped by family bonds and societal expectations, likely became his earliest victims. He raped them in silence, protected by shame and the walls of the family home. No police reports, No investigations. Just buried trauma and a predator learning his craft on the most vulnerable prey imaginable. By the time October 1931 rolled around, Johann Eichhorn had perfected his hunting technique. He understood that Munich offered rich hunting grounds, young women working as maids, seamstresses, clerks, women who traveled alone, women who rode bicycles down quiet paths, women who trusted that daylight meant safety. Johann would teach them otherwise. He would show them that monsters don't only emerge at midnight. They walk among us at noon. They smile at Oktoberfest. They blend seamlessly into the crowd, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The Oktoberfest of 1931 was packed. As always, beer flowed, music blared. Strangers became friends over shared steins and laughter. And somewhere in that sea of celebration, Johann Eichhorn found Katharina Schatzel. She was 16 years old, a maid. Perhaps she thought she was having an adventure, meeting this railroad worker who seemed friendly enough. He suggested a bike ride toward Ebenhausen, and she agreed. Why wouldn't she? It was daytime, public, safe. They pedaled away from the festival's noise into quieter territory. Trees thickened, foot traffic thinned. They reached the monastery at Schaflarn, ancient stones standing witness to centuries of prayer and peace. But there would be no peace for Katharina. Johann's mask shattered. He knocked her to the ground with sudden, brutal force. The girl who had been laughing moments before was now screaming, fighting, desperately trying to escape. But Johann was stronger, always stronger. He raped her there, among the shadows of holy ground. And when he finished, when her resistance had become testimony to his crime, he strangled the life from her young body. But corpses pose problems. They scream silently. They demand answers. Johann needed her gone, truly gone. He weighted Katharina's body with stones, feeling their cold heft in his hands, and threw her into the Isar River. He watched her sink, disappearing into dark water that had flowed for millennia without care for human suffering. Then he climbed back on his bicycle and rode home, back to Obing, back to his helpful, reliable, normal life. Katharina's body didn't stay hidden. Water keeps no secrets. She washed up in Gross Heselo, bloated and broken. Someone's daughter, someone's friend, reduced to evidence of brutality. Police investigated, but trails went cold. Johann remained free, his mask uncracked. And inside him, that dark hunger stirred again, satisfied only temporarily, already planning the next hunt. For nearly 3 years, Johann continued his predation. He attacked women across Munich on forest paths, in parks, along quiet roads. Most survived, carrying trauma they would never fully articulate, living in an era when rape victims were blamed rather than believed. Johann understood this. He relied on it. He knew that shame would silence most of his victims, that societal judgment would keep them from reporting, that fear would make them easy prey. He varied his methods slightly, learning what worked and what didn't. Sometimes he used threats, sometimes sudden violence. Sometimes he pretended to be lost, needing directions, luring women close before striking. He became more efficient, more careful, more emboldened, and all the while, he returned home to Obing, where neighbors saw only the helpful railroad worker who never caused trouble. The mask remained intact, even as the monster beneath grew bolder. May 30th, 1934, marked Johann's return to murder. Anna Geltel was a newlywed hairdresser's wife, cycling through Forstenrieder Park. Perhaps she was thinking about her husband. Perhaps she was planning dinner or enjoying the weather. Whatever occupied her mind vanished when Johann appeared. He grabbed her, yanked her from her bicycle with practiced violence. Anna fought back, fought hard. She scratched and screamed and refused to become an easy victim. So Johann pulled out his pistol and shot her in the back of the head. But killing her wasn't enough. It was never enough. Johann dragged Anna's body into nearby bushes, and there, surrounded by leaves and the indifferent forest, he mutilated her genitalia with an 18-centimeter knife. He carved his rage and perversion into her flesh with methodical precision. He violated her in death more completely than he had in life. Then he buried her under leaves and earth, hiding his crime in shallow soil. Anna Geltel's bicycle was found near Isarwerk 1, but her body remained concealed. Johann never revealed her exact burial site. He took that secret to his grave, leaving Anna's family without closure, without answers, without even the dignity of a proper burial for their daughter. Just months later, September 9th, 1934, Johann struck again. Berta Sauerbeck, a 25-year-old clerk, had spent a pleasant evening with friends at the Wartburg pub on Auenstrasse. She took the tram home as she often did. It wasn't far from the Milbertshofen station to her residence. She wasn't afraid. She had made this journey countless times without incident. But this night, Johann Eichhorn was waiting, watching, hunting. Berta resisted fiercely when he attacked. She fought with everything she had, refusing to submit quietly to her fate. So Johann shot her in the back of the head, just like Anna. But Berta didn't die immediately. The bullet tore through her skull, through brain tissue, but her body clung stubbornly to life. Johann couldn't risk her survival, couldn't allow her to identify him. So he dragged her wounded, dying body to a garbage pit and buried her alive. Covered her in refuse and earth while blood still pumped weakly through her veins. While neurons fired their final signals. While consciousness faded into eternal darkness beneath the suffocating weight of trash and soil. 3 murders in 3 years, 90 rapes, and still Johann Eichhorn walked free. Still, he wore his mask. Still, he maintained his reputation as helpful, reliable, normal. Because monsters don't always look like monsters. Sometimes they look like us. Sometimes they are us. And sometimes they sleep peacefully beside their wives after burying young women alive in garbage pits. In 1935, something unexpected happened. Johann Eichhorn fell in love. Or rather, he found someone who could satisfy the darkness inside him without requiring him to kill. Her name was Josefa, and their courtship appeared normal. Dates, conversation, eventual engagement. They married that year, and Johann seemed to transform overnight from solitary predator to devoted husband. Within the next few years, Josefa bore him 2 children. To outsiders, the Eichhorn household looked picture-perfect. A hard-working father, a loving wife, children's laughter echoing through rooms. The mask had never fit more perfectly. But masks aren't reality. They're performances. And Johann's performance as faithful husband and caring father was perhaps his greatest deception. Because he didn't stop attacking women. He simply stopped killing them for a while. According to Johann's later testimony, Josefa loved violent sex. She welcomed his aggression, his brutality, his need to dominate and hurt. This marital arrangement created a twisted equilibrium. At home, he could unleash his darkness on a willing participant. Outside the home, he could attack women without feeling compelled to murder them. Their screams satisfied him enough. Their terror fed him adequately. He could let them live because Josefa gave him an outlet for the worst of his urges. This domestic arrangement protected countless women from death, though not from trauma. Between 1935 and 1937, Johann continued his predation across Munich. He stalked bicycle paths and lonely roads, just as before. He attacked women in broad daylight and in darkness. He raped them with the same methodical efficiency he applied to his railroad work. But he didn't kill. Not during those years. Not while Josefa waited at home, ready to absorb his violence. The beast of Obing had found a cage, a wife, that partially contained his appetites. But cages don't hold monsters forever. They only delay the inevitable. Summer 1937 shattered the illusion of control. Rosa Eiglein, a 25-year-old seamstress, was cycling near Germering when Johann found her. Perhaps something changed in him that day. Perhaps Josefa's tolerance for violence no longer satisfied the depth of his depravity. Perhaps the monster simply needed to feed again. Whatever the reason, when Rosa resisted his attack, Johann shot her in the back of the head. His signature move, the execution-style killing that left no doubt about survival. The bullet entered her skull with clinical precision, ending her life instantly. But death wasn't the end of Rosa's violation. Johann raped her corpse, desecrating her body while it was still warm. Then he produced his knife, that 18-centimeter blade that had become his secondary tool of brutality, and mutilated her genitalia. He carved and cut with the same focus he brought to fitting railroad parts together. Each slice deliberate, each wound intentional. He transformed Rosa from person to object, from human being to canvas for his perversion. When he finished, he left her body lying near the road. No burial this time, no attempt at concealment. He wanted her found, wanted the discovery, wanted Munich to know that the beast still hunted. Police investigated, of course, but investigations without suspects are exercises in frustration. They cataloged evidence. They interviewed witnesses. They found nothing that led to Johann Eichhorn, helpful railroad worker, devoted husband, caring father. The mask held firm. A year passed. Autumn 1938 brought cooler temperatures, golden leaves, and Maria Jorg's final day alive. She was 23 years old, a domestic servant riding her bicycle through Forstenrieder Park, the same park where Anna Geltel had been attacked 4 years earlier, the same forest paths where evil waited patiently for prey. Maria had no way of knowing that Johann Eichhorn had claimed another victim here before. No warning signs told her to avoid this route. No premonition urged her to turn back. Johann appeared from the trees like a nightmare taking physical form. He grabbed Maria with practiced violence, yanking her from her bicycle. She fought back. They always fought back initially, but fighting Johann Eichhorn was fighting gravity. Inevitable, inescapable. He shot her in the back of the head, the bullet punching through skull and brainstem with fatal precision. Maria crumpled, puppet with cut strings, dead before she understood what was happening. And then Johann's true work began. He raped her corpse, mutilated her genitalia with his knife, followed the same ritualistic pattern he had established with Rosa. The killing was merely business. The mutilation was where he expressed himself, where he translated the twisted circuitry of his mind into flesh and blood. When he finally finished, when his appetite temporarily dulled, he left Maria's body in the park. Another young woman destroyed, another family devastated, another crime that would haunt Munich even decades later. 5 confirmed murders now, 90 rapes, and Johann Eichhorn still walked free, his mask intact, his reputation unsullied. He went home to Josefa and their children. He probably ate dinner, probably helped put the children to bed, probably made love to his wife with the same hands that had just carved up Maria Jorg's body. Because monsters don't wear signs. They wear wedding rings. They kiss their children goodnight. They live among us, wearing human skin, speaking human words, performing humanity so convincingly that we never suspect what lurks underneath. Josefa never knew. Or perhaps she knew but couldn't bear to acknowledge it. How do you reconcile the man who brings home a paycheck, who provides for his children, who holds you at night, with the man who murders seamstresses and buries clerks alive? The cognitive dissonance would shatter most people. Easier to not see. Easier to accept the mask as reality. Easier to believe the lie than confront the monster sharing your bed. Meanwhile, Munich's women lived in terror. Whispered warnings passed between friends. Mothers cautioned daughters to travel in groups, to avoid lonely paths, to never trust strangers. But how could they warn against Johann Eichhorn? He wasn't a stranger. He was the helpful railroad worker, the reliable neighbor, the kind of man who seemed safe, the kind of man who offered assistance, not assault, the kind of man whose mask was so perfect that even women with good instincts might trust him. The attacks continued. Women reported rapes, though many more stayed silent, burdened by shame and society's tendency to blame victims. Police investigated, but patterns proved elusive. Johann varied his hunting grounds enough to avoid detection. He attacked in different districts at different times using slightly different methods. He was intelligent, not genius level, but smart enough to avoid obvious mistakes. Smart enough to keep hunting without getting caught. At home, he maintained his facade flawlessly. Neighbors saw him playing with his children. Colleagues at Deutsche Reichsbahn considered him a friend. Josefa believed she had married a good man, perhaps a bit rough in bed, but fundamentally decent. Everyone saw what Johann wanted them to see. The mask was seamless. the performance Oscar-worthy. And underneath, the beast of Obing grew bolder, more confident, more assured of his invincibility. But monsters always make mistakes. Pride breeds carelessness. Success breeds overconfidence. And Johann Eichhorn, after 8 years of predation, after 90 rapes and 5 murders, after constructing the perfect double life, was about to make a fatal error. He was about to reach for prey too young, too visible, too protected by chance and circumstance. He was about to discover that even the most perfect mask eventually cracks. And when it does, the monster beneath is finally revealed to the world. January 29th, 1939. Carnival season in Munich. Streets filled with costumed revelers, music, laughter. A parade wound through the city, bringing color and joy to a nation that would soon be engulfed in war. But for Johann Eichhorn, carnival meant opportunity. Crowds meant anonymity. Chaos meant cover. And somewhere in that swirling mass of celebration, he spotted his next victim. A 12-year-old girl, alone, vulnerable, perfect prey. Johann had attacked women as young as 16 before, but 12? This represented a new depth of depravity. Children that young hadn't even finished growing, hadn't experienced life, hadn't had the chance to become who they might be. But Johann didn't care about potential or innocence or the fundamental wrongness of destroying a child. He only cared about his hunger, his need, his compulsion to dominate and violate. He approached the girl with predatory focus, abandoning his usual caution. Perhaps the carnival atmosphere made him careless. Perhaps 8 years of successful hunting had convinced him of his invincibility. Perhaps he simply couldn't resist the darkness calling him forward. Whatever the reason, Johann reached for the girl, grabbed her, began pulling her toward a secluded area where he could do his work undisturbed. But this time, fortune smiled on the innocent. Passers-by noticed. In that crowd of thousands, someone saw. Someone recognized predation for what it was. Someone acted. They didn't look away, didn't assume someone else would help, didn't tell themselves it wasn't their business. They intervened. Multiple people converged on Johann, grabbing him, restraining him, holding him despite his strength. The 12-year-old girl escaped his grasp, traumatized but alive. And Johann Eichhorn, the beast of Obing, the man who had terrorized Munich for 8 years, was finally caught. Police arrived quickly, drawn by the commotion. They took custody of this railroad worker who seemed so normal, so unremarkable. Johann Eichhorn, 1.73 meters tall, strong but not extraordinarily so, looking like any other festival attendee. Officers had no idea they had just captured one of Munich's most prolific serial killers and rapists. They thought they were processing a simple assault case. A man who grabbed a child inappropriately. Serious, certainly, but not historically significant. Not yet. Johann was transported to jail for pretrial detention. Standard procedure. He would be questioned, charged, tried. But something about the case nagged at investigators. The methodical way he had approached the girl. The cold calculation in his eyes. The complete lack of remorse. They began digging deeper, connecting dots, examining unsolved cases. And slowly, horrifically, a pattern emerged. Over the following months, Johann underwent extensive interrogation. Hours of questioning. Days of relentless pressure. Investigators confronted him with unsolved rapes, with murdered women, with testimonies from survivors who had been too terrified to come forward initially. At first, Johann resisted, denied, maintained his innocence. But eventually, piece by piece, his confession spilled out like poison from a lanced wound. He admitted to Katharina Schatzel's murder, described meeting her at Oktoberfest, the bike ride, the attack near Schaflarn Monastery, strangling her, weighing her body with stones, throwing her into the Isar. He provided details only the killer would know. Detectives felt sick listening to his flat, emotionless recounting of destroying a 16-year-old girl's life. He confessed to Anna Geltel's murder, though he never revealed her exact burial location. He spoke about shooting her in the head, mutilating her body with his 18-centimeter knife, burying her in Forstenrieder Park. He remembered her resistance, her screams, the way she fought until the bullet ended everything. But where exactly he left her remains. That secret he kept, one final act of control, one last way to torture her surviving family. He admitted to Berta Sauerbeck's murder, described shooting her, watching her survive the initial bullet wound, panicking at the thought of leaving a living witness. He talked about dragging her wounded body to a garbage pit and burying her alive, covering her with refuse and earth while she still breathed. Detectives wanted to vomit hearing this. The casual way Johann described burying a dying woman in trash, as if he were discussing a minor inconvenience, a problem solved, nothing more. He confessed to Rosa Eiglein's murder, shooting her near Germering, raping her corpse, mutilating her genitalia. The ritualistic nature of the crime became clear. This wasn't chaotic violence. This was methodical, planned, executed with precision. Johann knew exactly what he wanted from his victims, and he took it with surgical focus. He admitted to Maria Jorg's murder, his final known killing following the same pattern. Shot in the head, raped posthumously, mutilated with his knife. The last note in a symphony of horror that had played across Munich for 8 years. But the 5 murders were just the beginning. Johann also confessed to rape after rape after rape. Initially, he admitted to 37. But investigators kept pushing, kept cross-referencing his timeline with reported attacks, with women who had survived his predation. The number climbed. 50, 60, 70. Eventually, investigators concluded Johann Eichhorn had raped at least 90 women between 1931 and 1939. 90 lives shattered. 90 women who would carry trauma forever. 90 victims whose names history would mostly forget, overshadowed by the 5 he murdered. During his confession, Johann described himself as a wild animal. He showed no remorse, no empathy, no recognition that his victims were human beings with families, dreams, futures he had stolen. To Johann, they were prey, objects, mechanisms through which he satisfied his compulsions. He spoke about rape and murder the way other men might discuss hunting deer or catching fish, as activities, nothing more. Psychologists and doctors examined Johann extensively, trying to understand the machinery of his mind. Their report concluded he was of average intelligence, but an ethically and morally profound, unfounded, weak-willed, unusually sexually instinctive psychopath who plans his crimes in advance and carries them out in such a manner. Fancy language for a simple truth. Johann Eichhorn was a monster who chose his monstrosity. He understood right from wrong. He simply didn't care. When asked why he killed only 5 of his 90 rape victims, Johann provided chilling clarity. He shot them instinctively when they resisted fiercely because he didn't know what else to do. When they lay dead before him, he could fully possess them. Death removed resistance. Death made them compliant. Death transformed living, fighting women into objects he could violate without consequence. The dead don't scream, don't fight back, don't testify. In Johann's twisted logic, murder was problem-solving. News of Johann's confession spread through Munich like disease. The helpful railroad worker was a serial killer? The reliable neighbor was a rapist? The devoted father had buried women alive? The cognitive dissonance shattered communities. How had no one noticed? How had he hidden this for 8 years? The answer was simple and terrifying, because he was good at it, because masks work, because we want to believe in normalcy, in safety, in the essential goodness of people we know. We don't want to believe that evil wears familiar faces, that monsters sleep in the house next door, that the man who smiles at your children might be planning to destroy someone else's daughter. Josefa Eichhorn's world collapsed. The man she married, the father of her children, the person she thought she knew. All of it was a lie. Every moment of their marriage had been contaminated by his secret life. While she nursed their babies, he was raping women in parks. While she prepared dinner, he was burying corpses. While she slept beside him, he was planning his next attack. How do you process that betrayal? How do you reconcile love with monstrosity? Josefa immediately filed for divorce, changed her family name, moved to another town with their children, desperate to escape the stain of Johann's crimes. She wanted no association with the beast of Obing. She wanted to erase those years, to pretend they never happened, to give her children a chance at life untainted by their father's evil. But some stains don't wash out. Some associations never fade. The children of monsters carry their father's legacies whether they want to or not. The trial commenced quickly. Germany in 1939 was rapidly changing, the Nazi regime consolidating power, preparing for war. Individual cases, even spectacular ones like Johann Eichhorn's, were processed with efficient brutality. The Sondergericht Special Court heard evidence of 5 murders and 90 rapes. They reviewed Johann's confession. They examined psychological reports. They deliberated briefly. The verdict was never in doubt. Johann Eichhorn was sentenced to death by guillotine. He accepted his fate without protest. Even in court, he maintained his emotional flatness, his disconnection from the magnitude of his crimes. He didn't beg for mercy, didn't claim innocence, didn't show remorse. He was the same monster in the courtroom that he had been in Forstenrieder Park, calculating, cold, utterly devoid of human empathy. As the execution date approached, Johann wrote a farewell letter to Josefa and their children from prison. His words revealed a glimmer of awareness, though still no genuine remorse. After I have committed grave injustice, I must also expect terrible consequences. I myself expressed the wish not to see you anymore. Even in his final communication, he couldn't bring himself to apologize. Couldn't say he was sorry for destroying their lives. Couldn't acknowledge the full weight of what he had done. He remained, until the very end, exactly what the psychologists had diagnosed: a morally deficient psychopath incapable of genuine human connection. December 1st, 1939. Stadelheim prison in Munich. The guillotine waited, blade gleaming. Johann Eichhorn was led to his execution, still wearing the mask even now. No tears, no fear, no humanity. The blade fell. The beast of Obing died. But his legacy of trauma would haunt Munich for generations. 90 women carried his violence in their bodies and minds. 5 families mourned daughters, wives, sisters who died screaming in forests and parks. 2 children grew up knowing their father was a monster. And a community learned the terrifying truth that evil doesn't announce itself with fangs and horns. It smiles. It helps. It seems reliable. Until suddenly, violently, it reveals what it always was underneath. Johann Eichhorn's execution should have marked the end of his story. Blade fell, monster died, case closed. But death doesn't erase impact. The beast of Obing's crimes rippled outward through time and space, creating waves of consequence that continued long after his body was buried in an unmarked grave. His story became a lesson in human evil's mundane appearance, in the horrifying ordinariness of monsters, in the failure of society to protect its most vulnerable members. But here's where history takes a strange turn. Johann Eichhorn's case was actively suppressed by the Nazi regime. His crimes, though prosecuted, were kept from wide public knowledge. The contemporary press was muzzled, ordered not to sensationalize or even significantly report on the Beast of Obing. Why? The answer likely lies in the uncomfortable fact that Johann Eichhorn was a Nazi Party member. He had joined in 1933, 4 years before his most brutal murders. The regime that promoted Aryan purity, that claimed moral superiority, that executed degenerates and undesirables, had to confront the reality that one of their own was a serial killer and rapist. This created an impossible public relations problem. How do you reconcile Nazi ideology, which claimed genetic superiority and moral righteousness, with Johann Eichhorn, a party member who raped 90 women and murdered 5? How do you explain that your master race includes monsters just as depraved as any you vilified? The answer the regime chose was simple: silence, suppress, minimize, execute him quietly and move on. Don't let the international community or even German citizens understand the full scope of his crimes. Don't allow journalists to compare him to Jack the Ripper or other infamous killers. Keep it contained. Keep it small. Keep it forgotten. And for decades, that strategy worked. Johann Eichhorn faded into obscurity. While other serial killers became infamous, their names recognized across generations, the Beast of Obing became a footnote. Historians researching Nazi-era crimes focused on the Holocaust, on war atrocities, on the systematic murder of millions. Individual serial killers seemed insignificant by comparison. Why examine one man's crimes when an entire regime was killing on industrial scales? But erasure of crime is its own form of injustice. The 90 women Johann raped deserved to be remembered. The 5 he murdered deserved their stories told. Suppression of his case meant suppression of his victims' suffering. It meant Katharina Schatzel's name was lost to history. It meant Anna Geltel's family never got closure about her burial location. It meant Berta Sauerbeck's horrific death, buried alive in a garbage pit, became an obscure detail in dusty police files rather than a cautionary tale about evil's banality. It meant Rosa Eiglein and Maria Jorg were reduced to statistics rather than remembered as the young women they were, with hopes and dreams cut short by a monster in human skin. The 21st century brought resurrection. As scholars gained access to previously classified police files and court records, Johann Eichhorn's case reemerged from darkness. Researchers began piecing together the full scope of his crimes, cross-referencing interrogation transcripts with surviving police reports, building a complete picture of the beast of Obink's 8-year reign of terror. What they uncovered was chilling not just for its brutality, but for how effectively it had been hidden. Authors began writing about Johann Eichhorn, bringing his crimes back into public consciousness. Andrea Maria Schenkel published Caltius, Ice Cold, in 2007, a book based on his case that would later be adapted into a play. Wolfgang Kruger included him in a 2015 book examining Nazi-era serial killers, contextualizing Eichhorn alongside other monsters the regime had tried to suppress. These works served dual purposes. They honored victims by remembering their suffering, and they provided cautionary tales about how easily evil can hide in plain sight. The case study of Johann Eichhorn offers disturbing insights into serial killer psychology. He wasn't unique in his depravity. History has produced countless monsters, but his particular profile reveals patterns worth examining. He was organized, methodical, intelligent enough to evade capture for 8 years. He maintained a double life with remarkable success, compartmentalizing his crimes from his family life so completely that even his wife didn't suspect. He escalated gradually, starting with rapes before progressing to murder, then incorporating increasingly elaborate post-mortem mutilations. He developed a signature, shooting victims in the back of the head, that gave him psychological satisfaction through consistency. But Johann also exhibited characteristics that made him unusual. His temporary cessation of murders during his marriage to Josefa suggests his violence was somewhat controllable when alternative outlets existed. This contradicts the common belief that serial killers can't stop once they start. Johann could stop killing, he just couldn't stop attacking women entirely. His wife's tolerance for violent sex provided sufficient release to prevent murder for 2 years. This raises uncomfortable questions about the relationship between consensual violent sexuality and criminally violent sexuality. Where are the boundaries? How do we distinguish between rough consensual sex and rehearsal for rape and murder? Johann's complete lack of remorse also stands out. Many serial killers show at least performative regret when caught, understanding that expressions of guilt might reduce their sentences. Johann never bothered. He described himself as a wild animal without shame or self-awareness. His confession was matter-of-fact, devoid of emotional content. He couldn't explain why he killed except to say he didn't know what else to do when victims resisted. This suggests profound emotional and moral deficits, not insanity, but rather a fundamental absence of human empathy that psychologists struggle to fully understand even today. The victims' families lived with unanswered questions for decades. Many never knew what happened to their daughters, sisters, wives. Some bodies were found quickly. Others, like Anna Geltel's, remained hidden. Families held memorials without bodies to bury. They lived in limbo, knowing their loved ones were dead but unable to complete the grieving process. This particular cruelty, withholding information about burial locations, represents a final act of control by the killer. Even in death, even confessing, Johann Eichhorn maintained power over his victims' families. The 90 women who survived Johann's attacks carried their trauma silently through decades. 1930s Germany wasn't kind to rape victims. Society blamed them for being in the wrong place, wearing the wrong clothes, trusting the wrong person. Many never reported their attacks, knowing they would face judgment rather than support. Those who did report often faced skeptical police, invasive medical examinations, and courtroom humiliation if cases went to trial. So most stayed silent. They lived with nightmares, with PTSD before that diagnosis existed, with shame that wasn't theirs to carry but was forced upon them anyway. When Johan Eichhorn's confession finally came in 1939, some survivors likely felt validation. Their attacker was real. Their trauma was justified. The man who had destroyed part of them was being punished. But others probably felt re-victimized, their private horrors becoming public fodder, their assaults discussed in courtrooms and newspapers. And many never knew their attacker had been caught at all, living and dying without ever learning that the beast of Obing had finally been caged and executed. The impact on Munich itself was profound and long-lasting. For 8 years, women had modified their behavior based on whispered warnings. They avoided certain paths. They traveled in groups. They carried weapons or walked with dogs. They lived in a state of heightened alertness, constantly scanning for threats. This collective trauma shaped a generation's relationship with public spaces. Parks became places of fear rather than leisure. Bicycle paths were potential killing grounds. The simple act of commuting became fraught with danger. After Johann's execution, did Munich feel safer? Did women reclaim those spaces? Perhaps some did. But trauma doesn't evaporate with justice. The fear had been internalized. Even with the beast dead, his shadow remained. Women who had never met Johan Eichhorn, who hadn't even been born during his killing spree, inherited that fear. Mothers passed warnings to daughters. The specific threat was gone, but the understanding that monsters exist, that they look normal, that danger can wear a smile, those lessons persisted across generations. Law enforcement learned crucial lessons from the Eichhorn case, though many came too late to save his victims. The importance of connecting cases across jurisdictions became evident. Johan attacked women in multiple districts, and lack of coordination between police departments delayed pattern recognition. If investigators had centralized information earlier, if they had compared rape reports from Obing, Germering, Forstenrieder Park, and Milbertshofen systematically, they might have identified the common threads sooner. They might have caught him before Maria Jorg died in 1938. Maybe even before Rosa Eiglein or Berta Sauerbeck or Anna Geltel. The case also highlighted how effectively predators exploit societal biases. Johan knew that women wouldn't report rapes. He knew that police wouldn't take many reports seriously. He knew that middle-class respectability provided perfect camouflage. He weaponized social expectations, using them as armor against detection. This understanding influenced later criminal profiling. The recognition that serial offenders often appear normal, hold jobs, have families, participate in community life. The monster next door isn't an aberration. It's a pattern. Psychologically, Johan Eichhorn's case challenges comfortable narratives about evil. We want monsters to be obviously monstrous. We want clear warning signs, the troubled childhood, the escalating violence, the inability to maintain relationships. Johan had some of these markers, certainly. His early sexual assaults on his sisters showed deviance from childhood. But he also held steady employment for years. He married. He fathered children. He helped neighbors. He was, by all surface measures, functional. This duality terrifies us because it means anyone could be hiding darkness. The colleague who seems friendly. The neighbor who waves hello. The man at the carnival reaching for your daughter. Modern serial killer research owes much to cases like Johan Eichhorn's, though his name rarely appears in popular literature. Experts studying sexual sadism, organized offenders, and post-mortem mutilation draw on patterns established by predators like him. His methodical approach, his signature killing method, his escalation from rape to murder, his ability to compartmentalize. All of these elements became data points in understanding how serial offenders operate. The beast of Obing contributed, posthumously and unwillingly, to criminal psychology's knowledge base. But academic value doesn't resurrect the dead. Katharina Schatzel, 16 years old, murdered at Oktoberfest 1931, never got to experience adult life. She never married, never pursued her dreams, never discovered who she might have become. Anna Geltel, the newlywed hairdresser's wife, was robbed of her future with her husband, her chance to build a family, her opportunity to grow old. Berta Sauerbeck, the 25-year-old clerk, suffocated beneath garbage while still clinging to life, experiencing a death so horrific that imagining it feels obscene. Rosa Eiglein, the seamstress, was violated and mutilated after death, denied even the dignity of her corpse. Maria Jorg, 23, cycling through a park, became the final note in Johann's symphony of horror. These weren't just victims, they were people. They had favorite foods and songs they hummed while working. They had friends who missed them and parents who mourned them. They had inside jokes and secret dreams and fears that had nothing to do with Johann Eichhorn until he made himself the center of their final moments. Reducing them to death statistics dishonors their lives. They deserve to be remembered as more than footnotes in a monster's biography. The 90 rape survivors similarly deserve recognition beyond their victimhood. Some likely went on to marry, have children, build careers. They survived. They persisted despite carrying trauma that never fully healed. Some probably struggled with intimacy, with trust, with feeling safe in the world. Some might have turned their pain into purpose, advocating for other victims, pushing for legal reforms, refusing to let Johann's violence define their entire existence. We don't know their names or their stories, but we know they existed. We know they endured. We know they mattered. Johann Eichhorn's children faced their own unique hell. Imagine learning that your father, the man who gave you life, who was supposed to protect you, was a serial killer and rapist. Imagine understanding that his genes flow through your veins. Imagine the psychological burden of that knowledge, the fear that perhaps monstrosity is hereditary, that maybe you carry the same darkness inside you. Josefa did what she could, changing their names, moving away, trying to give them fresh starts. But some stains persist. Some legacies can't be escaped. Those children likely spent their lives wrestling with questions about nature versus nurture, about whether evil can be inherited, about what it means to be the offspring of a monster. Josefa herself deserves consideration beyond her role as the monster's wife. She was a victim too, though of a different kind. Johann deceived her completely. She believed she had married a good man, perhaps a bit rough but fundamentally decent. She built a life with him, bore his children, shared his bed. When his true nature was revealed, her entire reality shattered. Everything she thought she knew was a lie. Her memories were contaminated. Her marriage was a performance. The man she loved never actually existed. He was always just Johann's mask, worn to maintain cover for his crimes. How do you recover from that level of betrayal? How do you trust your own judgment again? The suppression of Johann's case by the Nazi regime represents another layer of injustice. Political expedience shouldn't erase victims' suffering. But that's exactly what happened. The regime's embarrassment at having a party member serial killer led to active suppression of information. News coverage was muzzled. Details were classified. The full scope of his crimes was hidden not to protect victims' privacy, but to protect the Nazi Party's reputation. This politicization of justice served no one except the regime itself. It denied victims recognition. It prevented public processing of the crimes. It allowed a monster's legacy to fade when it should have served as warning. Today, criminologists and historians studying the Eichhorn case emphasize several key takeaways. First, the danger of normalcy bias, our tendency to assume people who seem normal are safe. Johann Eichhorn appeared utterly ordinary, which is precisely what made him so dangerous. He exploited expectations of normalcy to avoid suspicion. Second, the importance of believing victims. Many of the 90 women Johann raped faced disbelief and blame when they reported attacks. This societal failure allowed him to continue hunting. Third, the need for coordinated law enforcement. Johann's crimes spanned multiple jurisdictions, and lack of information sharing delayed his capture. Modern databases and communication systems help address this, but gaps remain. Fourth, the recognition that serial offenders can control their behavior to some degree. Johann stopped killing for 2 years during his marriage, proving he had some capacity for restraint. This challenges simplistic narratives about compulsion and irresistible urges. It suggests that at least some serial criminals make choices, terrible, evil choices, but choices nonetheless. This has implications for criminal responsibility and sentencing debates. If offenders can control their actions, they bear full moral and legal responsibility for their crimes. Fifth, the understanding that monsters don't announce themselves. They blend in. They wear masks. They perform humanity convincingly enough to fool neighbors, colleagues, even family members. Vigilance matters, but it's not foolproof. Sometimes evil hides so well that even careful observers miss it. This is terrifying but true. It means we can't rely on gut feelings or superficial judgments about character. It means institutional safeguards, background checks, reporting systems, coordinated investigations are essential. The Beast of Obing's story ultimately serves as a dark mirror held up to humanity. We see in Johann Eichhorn not an alien presence, not something wholly other, but rather a human being whose moral circuitry failed catastrophically. He possessed intelligence, discipline, organizational skills, all positive traits when applied to constructive purposes. But he aimed those abilities at destruction. He used his gifts to become a more effective predator. This reminds us that human potential cuts both ways. The same species that creates art and music and literature also produces monsters like Johann Eichhorn. December 1st, 1939, the guillotine's blade fell. Johann Eichhorn, the Beast of Obing, died. But his legacy persists in police files and academic papers, in whispered warnings and inherited fears, in the trauma carried by survivors and the grief carried by families. 5 women lie in graves, their lives stolen by a man who felt nothing when he destroyed them. 90 women survived his attacks, carrying scars visible and invisible. 2 children grew up bearing their father's terrible legacy. A wife rebuilt her life from the shattered remains of a marriage built on lies. And Munich learned a lesson it wishes it hadn't needed. Monsters walk among us. They wear wedding rings and work steady jobs. They help neighbors and kiss children goodnight. They look like us because they are us, or rather, they are what humans become when empathy dies and darkness takes root. The Beast of Obing was never a beast at all. He was a man, and that's the most terrifying truth of all. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe, so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4. The Shadow That Breathed. A voice emerges from darkness, steady but trembling with the weight of what must be told. There are monsters who announce themselves with fury, screaming, raging, leaving chaos like breadcrumbs for those who hunt them. Then there are the others, the ones who move through our world wearing human skin so convincingly that we invite them into our homes, our workplaces, our lives. The ones whose eyes hold nothing, not hatred, not pleasure, not even the flicker of recognition that what they're doing is wrong. Just emptiness. A void where humanity should live. This is the story of such a creature. A man whose name became synonymous with a brutality so methodical, so utterly devoid of passion, that investigators would later describe him as less predator and more force of nature. Inevitable, unstoppable, and terrifyingly patient. Between 1987 and 1993, 17 human beings encountered him in what should have been ordinary moments. 17 souls who had no idea that the person standing before them had already decided they would not see another sunrise. Their murders weren't crimes of passion or desperation. They were performances, each one carefully choreographed, each victim selected with a precision that suggested something far more disturbing than random violence. The newspapers called him the Hollow Man. Detectives whispered a different name in their private moments. The Machine. But those who survived encounters with him, the witnesses who caught glimpses of his face in passing, the neighbors who lived beside him for years without suspicion, they all described the same thing. His eyes, those terrible, dull eyes that looked through you rather than at you. Eyes that saw people as objects, as puzzles to be solved, as things that existed only to satisfy whatever dark calculations moved through his mind. What follows is not an easy story to hear. It is carved from police reports, autopsy findings, court testimonies, and the anguished words of those left behind. It is a journey into the mechanics of evil, not the theatrical, grandiose evil of movies, but the quiet, systematic evil that exists in the spaces between our assumptions about human decency. This is the story of how one man turned murder into a routine, and how that routine nearly became perfect. Are you ready? Because once you step into this darkness, the shadows take longer to fade. October 17th, 1987. The date means nothing to most people, just another autumn day when leaves turned copper and gold across the suburban neighborhoods of Millbrook Heights. For the Peterson family, it was the last morning their world made sense. By sunset, everything they understood about safety, about trust, about the fundamental contract that says good people who live careful lives remain untouched by true horror, all of it would be shattered beyond repair. Margaret Peterson was 42 years old, a piano teacher who kept a garden that made the neighbors jealous every spring. She wore reading glasses on a chain, laughed easily, and had a habit of humming Chopin while she made dinner. Tuesday afternoons meant groceries, the same routine for 8 years, the same store, usually the same parking spot near the cart return. Routine makes us efficient. It also makes us predictable. And predators, the clever ones, understand that predictability is an invitation written in invisible ink. The surveillance camera at Hendrick's supermarket captured her at 2:17 p.m., pushing a cart through the produce section. The footage shows a woman completely at ease, selecting tomatoes with the casual confidence of someone who believes the next hour will unfold exactly as planned. She had no reason to think otherwise. The man who appeared beside her at 2:23 looked like 1,000 other people you'd see in a grocery store. Average height, unremarkable features, wearing a maintenance uniform that seemed to grant him invisibility. People see uniforms, not faces. He knew this. The camera shows him speaking to her. Margaret turns, smiles politely. He gestures toward the back of the store, where the restrooms and storage areas create a maze of corridors away from public view. She nods, of course she nods, because helpful people don't question someone who appears to need assistance, who speaks with the calm authority of an employee dealing with some minor maintenance issue. The footage shows her following him toward the rear of the store. The timestamp reads 2:26 p.m. She would never be seen alive again. What happened in those back corridors emerged piece by terrible piece through forensic analysis, because the man who called himself David Marsh, though that name was as false as everything else about him, left a scene that spoke in the language of nightmares. Margaret Peterson died from manual strangulation, a process that takes between 3 and 5 minutes of sustained pressure. 3 to 5 minutes of consciousness fading, of desperate struggle, of knowing with absolute certainty that your life is ending. But that wasn't the worst of it. The medical examiner found evidence suggesting he'd strangled her almost to the point of death, then released pressure, allowing her to gasp back to consciousness before beginning again. 3 times. 3 times he brought her to the edge and pulled her back, not out of hesitation or mercy, but to extend the experience, to study her responses, to refine his technique. Her body was discovered at 6:45 p.m. by a stock clerk, hidden behind industrial shelving in a storage room that reeked of cleaning chemicals. The killer had arranged her with unsettling care, hands folded across her chest, head tilted at an unnatural angle that suggested curiosity about the architecture of a broken neck. There was no rage evident in the scene, no frenzy. Just cold, measured violence and an attention to detail that made the responding officers physically ill. One detective, a veteran with 20 years of homicide investigations behind him, stood over Margaret Peterson's body and whispered a single word: meticulous. The surveillance footage became the investigation's foundation and its frustration. The man in the maintenance uniform appeared on 12 different cameras throughout the store, but he'd positioned himself with extraordinary precision, always at angles that caught his body but shadowed his face, always turning away at the crucial moment when a clear image seemed inevitable. He moved through the store like someone who'd studied the camera placements, mapped the blind spots, turned the entire building into an instrument he knew how to play. When he finally left through a service entrance at 3:07 p.m., 41 minutes after Margaret Peterson vanished from view, all the footage showed was a figure in anonymous clothing, carrying a backpack that hadn't been visible earlier. The cameras captured everything and revealed nothing. Millbrook Heights hemorrhaged its innocence that October evening. Neighbors who'd left doors unlocked for decades suddenly installed deadbolts. Parents who'd let children walk to school began driving them door to door. The local newspaper ran Margaret's photo, her smile bright and trusting, alongside speculation and fear. But as weeks became months without an arrest, without even a coherent suspect description, the community did what communities always do when faced with incomprehensible violence. They created distance. Maybe Margaret had been having an affair. Maybe she'd gotten involved with drugs, with gambling, with some secret life that explained why this particular horror had selected her. People need explanations that contain the chaos, that keep the monster at arm's length. Because if it could happen to Margaret Peterson, someone ordinary, careful, kind, then it could happen to anyone. The investigation stalled. Detectives conducted hundreds of interviews, analyzed thousands of hours of footage from surrounding businesses, brought in experts who swore they could enhance the blurred images of the killer's face. Nothing produced results. The man who'd murdered Margaret Peterson had vanished as thoroughly as morning fog, leaving behind only questions and a growing suspicion among the investigative team that this level of sophistication wasn't beginner's luck. Detective Raymond Cross, the lead investigator, kept Margaret's case file on his desk for the next 6 years. He told his partner that something about the precision, the patience, the complete absence of useful evidence suggested they weren't dealing with a first offense. They were dealing with someone who'd learned, who'd practiced, who'd refined murder into something approaching art. He was right. They just had no idea how right. 3 months later, December 23rd, 1987, Thomas Wexler, 36, accountant, father of 2, died in the parking garage of his downtown office building. He'd stayed late to finish year-end reports, a dedicated employee making sure his clients' finances were perfect before the holidays. The security guard found him slumped behind the wheel of his sedan at 11:30 p.m., initially thinking medical emergency, heart attack, aneurysm, one of those sudden catastrophes that steal people away. But the marks on Thomas's neck told a different story. Ligature strangulation, the coroner determined. A cord or rope pulled tight from behind, cutting off blood and air with expert precision. Thomas had died exactly the way Margaret Peterson had died, though the staging was different. No careful arrangement this time. The killer had left him in the driver's seat, seatbelt fastened, hands on the steering wheel, like he'd simply stopped existing in the middle of an ordinary moment. The garage cameras had malfunctioned that evening, every single one, all going dark at 9:45 p.m. and not resuming operation until midnight. The building supervisor swore they'd been working fine during the day's inspection. Investigators found evidence of tampering, careful disconnection of power supplies that required knowledge of the security system's architecture. The killer had spent time studying the building's vulnerabilities, mapping his opportunity with the same cold precision he'd demonstrated at Hendrick's supermarket. And like before, he'd left almost nothing useful behind. A partial footprint in oil near Thomas's car, size 11 shoe, common sneaker tread pattern, sold in millions of pairs across the country. Fiber evidence that matched synthetic materials found in 1,000 different clothing items. The forensic team collected everything, cataloged everything, and understood with growing frustration that they were chasing someone who comprehended evidence collection better than most criminals ever would. Thomas Wexler's murder hit the news with renewed intensity because now there was a pattern, and patterns transform random tragedy into serial terror. 2 victims, both middle class, both killed during routine activities in semi-public spaces, both strangled with a level of expertise that suggested medical or military training. The police held press conferences promising progress while privately acknowledging they had none. Detectives from Margaret's case connected with Thomas's investigators, comparing notes, seeing the signature emerging. The patience, the planning, the eerie cleanliness of the scenes despite the violence required to end a human life. And those witnesses who'd seen a figure leaving the parking garage around 10:15 p.m., they all described the same thing when pressed for details. Something about his eyes. Flat eyes. Dead eyes. Eyes that didn't reflect light the way normal eyes should. January brought victim number 3. Sarah Chun, 28, graduate student, brilliant mind focused on molecular biology research. She disappeared between her laboratory and the campus parking lot, a walk she'd made 5 nights a week for 2 years. Campus security found her body the next morning in a maintenance shed behind the science building, arranged in that same careful pose, hands folded, head tilted, an almost tender positioning that clashed violently with the ligature marks circling her throat. The killer had used her own scarf, the forensic team discovered. He'd used her clothing as his murder weapon, a detail that suggested improvisation but felt more like a signature. Like he was demonstrating his versatility, showing that he didn't need to bring tools when the victim's own possessions would suffice. Sarah's murder shattered the fragile theory that the killer was targeting a specific type. Margaret, Thomas, Sarah. Different ages, different backgrounds, different daily patterns. The only connection investigators could establish was geographical. All 3 lived or worked within a 15-mile radius of Millbrook Heights, but that radius contained nearly 200,000 people, and narrowing suspects from that pool without a coherent description or motive felt like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. The university's security footage showed what was now becoming a grotesque trademark. A figure in ordinary clothes, jeans, jacket, baseball cap, walking parallel to Sarah along the path from her lab. Never close enough to seem threatening, never far enough to be irrelevant. Just there, present in the background of several camera angles, always positioned so his face remained obscured. And then both Sarah and the figure disappeared into a gap between buildings where cameras couldn't reach. A blind spot that seemed coincidental until investigators mapped every camera on campus and realized the killer had identified the one pathway that would let him operate unseen. The sophistication was staggering. This wasn't opportunistic violence. This was chess played with human lives. Detective Raymond Cross pinned crime scene photos across the wall of the task force conference room. Margaret, Thomas, Sarah, each looking back from their final moments with that terrible intimacy that homicide photography creates. He stood before those images for hours, trying to find the pattern within the pattern, the reason behind the selection. His partner, Detective Lisa Moreno, watched him and wondered what it cost to stare into that much death every day. She watched Cross's hair turn grayer through that first year, watched the lines deepen around his eyes, and understood they were hunting something that might be smarter than their entire task force combined. By April of 1988, 3 more bodies had been discovered. April 19th, Michael Torres, 45, construction supervisor, found in the cab of his truck at a worksite. May 2nd, Jennifer Albright, 33, divorced mother of 1, discovered in the laundry room of her apartment complex. May 27th, Robert Gill, 51, postal worker, dead in the back room of the sorting facility where he'd worked for 18 years. All strangled, all carefully positioned, all killed in spaces adjacent to their ordinary routines, in moments when letting down your guard seemed perfectly reasonable. The media began calling him the Hollow Man, after a journalist interviewed Cross and printed his off-the-record observation that they were hunting someone with nothing inside. No rage, no pleasure, just hollow execution of some internal logic that transformed murder into routine. The name stuck because it captured something the public could feel even without understanding. This wasn't a killer driven by hatred or lust or greed. This was something else. Something that killed because that's what it did, the way a clock ticks or a river flows. Without emotion, without meaning, just the mechanical fulfillment of some incomprehensible purpose. And through it all, those eyes. Different witnesses, different locations, different contexts, but always the same description. Dull eyes that looked through people instead of at them. Eyes that made you feel cold even in warm rooms. Eyes that seemed to catalog rather than see, measuring dimensions and vulnerabilities with the dispassionate assessment of a butcher examining livestock. 6 victims in 7 months. The investigation consumed resources, manpower, public attention, and still produced nothing actionable. Profilers brought in from the FBI crafted analyses suggesting high intelligence, possible military background, likely employed in a job requiring technical skills. But those profiles fit thousands of people in the region. Without physical evidence, without a clear motive, without even a reliable description, the task force found itself chasing shadows that evaporated when approached. What nobody knew, what they couldn't know, was that the killer was evolving, learning from each encounter, refining his methods, growing bolder in his precision. The first 6 murders were proof of concept. What came next would demonstrate just how perfect he believed he could become. The worst was yet to arrive. Summer descended on Millbrook Heights like a fever, humidity turning the air thick and oppressive. Detective Raymond Cross stood in his shower at 4 a.m., letting cold water pound against his skull while he tried to wash away the dreams that had started plaguing him. Dreams where he walked through endless corridors lined with photographs, Margaret Peterson, Thomas Wexler, Sarah Chun, and all the others who'd followed. In the dreams, they were alive in the photos, their eyes tracking his movement, mouths forming words he couldn't hear. And always, at the end of the corridor, a figure stood with his back turned, shoulders relaxed, waiting. Cross never saw the face before he woke up gasping. His wife had stopped asking how he was doing. She'd learned that question only produced hollow assurances that convinced neither of them. Instead, she left coffee brewing automatically at 3:30 a.m., understanding that sleep had become something her husband visited briefly before the case dragged him back to consciousness. Their daughter, away at college, called less frequently. The weight in her father's voice frightened her in ways she couldn't articulate. The task force had grown to 17 detectives and FBI agents, all circling the same evidence, generating theories that collapsed under scrutiny. They built databases tracking every maintenance worker, utility employee, delivery driver, contractor, anyone whose job granted access to buildings and legitimacy in spaces where strangers normally drew attention. Thousands of names, hundreds of interviews, nothing that generated traction. The killer moved through society like water through a net, slipping past every barrier erected to contain him. June 11th, 1988. Victim number 7 emerged into public awareness, though Detective Cross privately understood this was probably victim number 20, 30, maybe more. They were only seeing what the killer allowed them to see, finding bodies he didn't mind being discovered. The thought kept Cross awake even when exhaustion should have granted him unconsciousness. How many others were out there, hidden in places no one would think to search? How long had this been going on before Margaret Peterson became the first known victim? Elena Rodriguez was 19 years old, a sophomore at community college who worked evenings at a bookstore to pay tuition. She had dreams of becoming a teacher, a personality that made customers remember her kindness, and a smile that her mother would later say could light up the darkest rooms. On June 11th, she closed the bookstore at 9 p.m., standard procedure, something she'd done 100 times before without incident. The owner found her body the next morning in the storage room where they kept overstock, arranged in that terrible signature pose that had become grimly familiar to the investigation team. But Elena's murder marked a shift. The killer had deviated from his pattern in subtle ways that made Cross's instincts scream warnings. Elena had been partially undressed, not sexually assaulted, the medical examiner confirmed, but her clothing had been removed and then replaced incorrectly, buttons misaligned, shirt inside out. It looked like someone testing boundaries, exploring new dimensions of his ritual. The cause of death remained consistent, manual strangulation, executed with that same expertise, but the staging suggested evolution. Like the killer was growing bored with his established methods and experimenting with variations. The bookstore's security system had been disabled from the inside, cameras looped to show empty aisles while horror unfolded in the back room. Whoever did it possessed technical knowledge sophisticated enough to bypass modern security without triggering alarms. The alarm company's records showed no signs of tampering, no evidence that anyone had touched their equipment. It was as if the system had simply decided to stop working for exactly the duration needed to commit murder. Cross stood in that storage room surrounded by boxes of romance novels and mystery paperbacks, the irony not lost on him that Elena had died among books about solving crimes while he stood helpless to solve hers. He studied the positioning of her body, the careful arrangement that spoke of time spent with the corpse. Time to experiment. Time to satisfy whatever curiosity drove this creature. And he understood with cold certainty that they were dealing with someone who viewed murder not as means to an end, but as the end itself. The act held value independent of any external motivation. The killer wasn't robbing these people, wasn't sexually assaulting them, wasn't targeting them for revenge or profit. He was killing them because killing interested him, because each death taught him something new about the mechanics of human vulnerability. Elena's murder generated the largest media response yet. Her youth, her ambitions, her vibrant social media presence that showed a life full of joy and potential. All of it amplified public horror. The hashtag #FindTheHollowMan trended nationally. Elected officials promised resources. Federal involvement intensified. And through it all, Cross felt the weight of knowing that publicity meant nothing to their suspect. He wasn't killing for attention. If anything, the media spotlight probably annoyed him by complicating his operations. 2 weeks later, victim number 8. Daniel Kaufman, 62, retired postal worker, found dead in the greenhouse attached to his suburban home. He'd been tending his orchids, a hobby that had consumed his retirement years, when someone entered through the back door and ended his life with methodical efficiency. The orchids continued blooming around his body, exotic flowers that probably cost more than most people's cars, their beauty creating grotesque counterpoint to the violence that had occurred among them. Daniel's murder scene yielded the first significant evidence breakthrough. A partial fingerprint on the wooden handle of a gardening tool. The killer had apparently moved while positioning the body. The discovery sent electricity through the task force. Finally, something concrete. Something that could be matched, identified, used to build a case. The fingerprint went through every database available: criminal records, military service, employment background checks, immigration records. Nothing. Whoever left that print had never been fingerprinted for any official purpose, or had somehow managed to have their prints removed from every accessible system. The latter possibility seemed paranoid until Cross researched and discovered that yes, it was technically possible to have fingerprints surgically altered or removed from databases if you possessed the right connections and resources. They were hunting a ghost who understood the machinery of law enforcement well enough to dismantle it piece by piece. July brought 3 more victims in rapid succession, a pace that transformed the investigation from urgent to desperate. Victim 9, Patricia Holloway, 47, hospital administrator, strangled in her office after working late to process insurance paperwork. Victim 10, Marcus Webb, 34, software engineer, discovered in the bathroom of the tech company where he'd just accepted a promotion. Victim 11, Grace Palmer, 55, high school counselor, found in the supply closet where she'd gone to retrieve materials for the next day's sessions with students. The acceleration terrified the investigative team more than the murders themselves, because acceleration suggested confidence. The killer felt secure enough in his methods to increase frequency, to take greater risks, to operate on a schedule that prioritized his needs over caution. Serial killers who accelerated typically did so because they were approaching some kind of culmination point, breakdown, capture, or the achievement of whatever goal drove their violence. Cross didn't know which category their suspect fit, but he knew that 11 bodies in less than a year meant they were running out of time before the killer either imploded spectacularly or disappeared forever. Detective Lisa Moreno took over interviews with witnesses and family members, trying to find some connection the data analysis was missing. She sat across from Patricia Holloway's husband and watched a man dissolve in real time, grief stripping away everything that made him functional. She interviewed Marcus Webb's mother, who kept referring to her son in present tense, unable to accept that the brilliant mind she'd raised had been extinguished in a corporate bathroom like something disposable. She held Grace Palmer's daughter while the young woman sobbed and demanded to know why. Why her mother? Why anyone? What possible purpose could these murders serve? Moreno had no answers. None of them did. The psychological profile continued expanding without producing useful predictions. The killer was intelligent but not grandiose, organized but not obsessive-compulsive, comfortable in social situations but fundamentally isolated. He could pass for normal, probably did pass for normal in his daily life, which meant he was hiding in plain sight among the hundreds of thousands of ordinary people who populated the region. The profile fit accountants and teachers and mechanics and salesmen. It fit people who smiled at their neighbors and attended community events and paid their taxes on time. It fit someone who could be anyone. August 17, 1988. Victim number 12 nearly broke the task force entirely. Not because of who she was, but because of where she died. Amanda Cross, no relation to Detective Raymond Cross despite the shared surname, was a 26-year-old paralegal who'd made the mistake of staying late at her law firm to finish a brief. She was strangled in the conference room, positioned in a chair at the head of the table like she was presiding over a meeting. The killer had placed files around her, open to random pages, creating a tableau that suggested she died in the middle of work. But the detail that devastated the investigative team wasn't the murder itself. It was the message left behind. Written on the conference room's whiteboard in Amanda's own lipstick, 12. Just that single word, confirmation that the killer knew exactly how many lives he'd taken, that he was keeping score. It transformed the case from tragedy to deliberate accumulation. He wasn't killing out of compulsion he couldn't control. He was counting, building toward something, and he wanted them to know it. Cross stood in that conference room at 3 a.m., long after the forensic team had finished processing the scene, and stared at that number on the whiteboard. 12. 12 families destroyed. 12 futures erased. 12 intricate webs of relationships. Friends, lovers, colleagues, neighbors, all torn apart because one individual had decided that ending life interested him more than preserving it. The magnitude of grief radiating from that single number made Cross physically ill. He excused himself, walked to the building's bathroom, and vomited until nothing remained but dry heaves and the bitter taste of failure. His partner found him there 20 minutes later, sitting on the floor with his head in his hands. Moreno didn't offer platitudes or encouragement. She just sat down beside him in silence, two people sharing the weight of hunting something that might be uncatchable. Finally, Cross spoke, his voice raw. He's playing with us. The message wasn't for Amanda. It was for us. He's showing off. Moreno nodded. She'd reached the same conclusion. The killer had moved beyond simply committing murders. He was now incorporating the investigation into his ritual, using law enforcement's frustration as additional fuel for whatever dark satisfaction drove him. They weren't just hunting him. They were participating in his theater, dancing to choreography he'd designed. September added victims 13 and 14 within 48 hours. The pace had become relentless. Kevin Martinez, 29, paramedic whose job was literally saving lives, found dead in the ambulance bay behind the hospital where he worked. Christina Berg, 37, elementary school principal beloved by students and faculty, discovered in her office positioned at her desk like she'd fallen asleep over paperwork. Both strangled, both carefully arranged, both dead because someone had decided their continued existence mattered less than his curiosity about the mechanics of killing. The mayor held emergency town halls that accomplished nothing except amplifying panic. Citizens demanded answers the police couldn't provide, solutions that didn't exist. Gun sales spiked. Martial arts studios reported record enrollment. Security companies couldn't install alarm systems fast enough to meet demand. But deep down, everyone understood that no alarm, no weapon, no self-defense training would matter if you were selected by someone who approached murder with the patient precision of a craftsman perfecting his trade. October brought victim 15, Brian Foster, 42, divorced father of 3, killed in the parking lot of his children's school, where he'd gone to pick them up from after-school activities. The killer had waited until Brian returned to his car, strangled him in the front seat, then disappeared before the children emerged from the building. They found their father slumped over the steering wheel, dead eyes staring at nothing, a sight that would haunt them for whatever remained of their lives. Brian's murder generated rage alongside fear. The killer had operated in a school parking lot, had murdered a parent on property where children played and learned. The violation of that space felt more obscene than the previous murders, though objectively no death was worse than another. But humans assign hierarchy to their tragedies, and killing someone at a school crossed into territory that transformed fear into fury. November arrived with winter's first cold snap, temperatures dropping and daylight shrinking. Victim 16 appeared the day before Thanksgiving. Donald Pritchard, 58, bus driver who'd transported the city's commuters for 30 years without incident, found dead in his bus after completing his evening route, strangled in the driver's seat with his hands still on the wheel. The staging suggested the killer had been a passenger, had waited until the route ended and all other passengers departed. then struck with the same cold efficiency he'd demonstrated 15 times before. Detective Cross spent Thanksgiving at his desk, eating takeout Chinese food while reviewing autopsy reports. His wife had given up asking him to come home for the holiday. She understood that until this case ended, one way or another, her husband was lost to her, consumed by the hunt for someone who seemed to exist in the gaps between their ability to catch him. December 20th, 1988. Victim 17 materialized in a way that finally gave investigators a break, though the cost of that break would prove almost unbearable. Her name was Rachel Simmons. She was 23 years old, a graduate student in criminology who'd become obsessed with the Hollow Man case as part of her thesis research. She'd spent months analyzing the murders, building her own profile, developing theories about the killer's methodology. On December 20th, she walked into the police station carrying a manila folder thick with documentation and asked to speak with Detective Raymond Cross. She believed she'd identified a pattern in the locations of the murders, a geographical profile that might predict where the killer operated. Cross listened to her presentation with growing interest. Rachel was brilliant, her analysis sophisticated beyond her years. She'd mapped every murder location, identified common elements in the surrounding geography, proximity to highway access, presence of 24-hour businesses that provided cover for unusual movement, locations where security camera coverage created natural blind spots. She'd built a predictive model suggesting the killer lived or worked in a specific 3-square-mile area of Millbrook Heights, a zone that contained residential neighborhoods, commercial districts, and industrial facilities. The model was compelling enough that Cross assigned officers to increase patrols in Rachel's target area. He thanked her for her work, told her she had a promising future in law enforcement, and watched her leave the station with that bright smile of someone who believes they've contributed to something important. She was found dead 3 days later in the stairwell of her apartment building, positioned sitting against the wall with her folder of research spread around her like fallen leaves. The message on the wall above her body, written in her blood, "Wrong." The killer had been watching the investigation closely enough to know when someone got close to identifying him. Rachel's geographical analysis had apparently threatened him enough to prioritize her elimination. And he'd left that message to tell the task force that their best lead was a dead end, that whatever Rachel had discovered was wrong, that they remained as lost as ever. Rachel Simmons became victim 17. Her murder destroyed whatever remained of Detective Cross's emotional armor. A young woman had come to him for help solving a case, and he'd sent her back into the world where the subject of that case could find her. The guilt was crushing. Moreno found him in the station's parking garage at 2 a.m., sitting in his car, staring at nothing. She knew better than to offer comfort. Some guilt can't be absolved, only endured. But Rachel's death did accomplish something the killer probably didn't intend. It galvanized the task force with renewed fury. This wasn't just about catching a murderer anymore. It was personal. He'd killed one of their own, someone who'd trusted the police to protect her. The investigation shifted from methodical to aggressive. Every resource available poured into the case. Federal agencies supplied additional personnel. Behavioral specialists worked around the clock refining the profile. Technology experts analyzed every piece of digital evidence with renewed intensity. And slowly, painfully, a picture began emerging from the noise. Not a face, not yet, but a shape, presence, the outline of someone who existed in the data even if they couldn't yet be named. The end was coming, not the end anyone wanted, not the clean resolution of arrest and trial and justice served, but an ending nonetheless, because even perfect predators eventually make mistakes. Even the most careful hunters leave traces, and the Hollow Man, despite his expertise, was about to discover that accumulation has consequences. 17 victims, 17 families destroyed, 17 investigations that had taught law enforcement more about tracking sophisticated serial killers than a generation of training manuals. The lessons were being learned in blood, but they were being learned. And somewhere in Millbrook Heights, a man with dull eyes was beginning to understand that his perfect game might be approaching its final moves. January of 1989 arrived with snow that turned Millbrook Heights into something resembling a postcard. white blankets covering the streets, icicles hanging from roofs like crystalline teeth. Children built snowmen while their parents watched from windows, no longer comfortable letting them play unsupervised. The city had transformed from a place where neighbors trusted each other into a landscape of suspicion where every stranger represented potential threat. Every shadow might conceal a killer whose body count had reached 17 and showed no signs of stopping. Detective Raymond Cross had aged a decade in 18 months. Gray had colonized his hair completely, lines carved deep around his eyes and mouth. He'd lost 20 pounds, not through any intentional diet, but because eating felt like time wasted when he could be working. His wife had stopped sleeping in their bed, preferring the guest room where his nightmares wouldn't wake her at 3 a.m. His daughter called once a week out of obligation, conversations that felt like visiting someone dying slowly from an incurable disease. The task force conference room had evolved into something resembling a serial killer's fantasy. Walls completely covered with crime scene photographs, timeline charts, geographical maps dotted with red pins marking murder locations. 17 faces stared back from blown-up driver's license photos. 17 people frozen in moments before they understood how fragile the barrier between life and death truly was. Cross spent hours studying those faces, searching for the connection that would explain why these specific people had been selected. The victimology remained maddeningly diverse. Different ages, different professions, different social circles, different daily routines. The only thread connecting them was geography. All lived or worked within that 15-mile radius, and the manner of death. Beyond that, randomness, or what appeared to be randomness, which was possibly the most terrifying aspect of the entire investigation. Rachel Simmons's geographical analysis sat in a file on Cross's desk, the pages stained with coffee rings and covered with his annotations. Wrong. The killer had written in her blood, a declaration that her model had failed to identify him, but Cross didn't believe it, couldn't believe it. Rachel had been brilliant, her methodology sound. The killer's vehement rejection suggested she'd gotten close enough to frighten him, close enough that eliminating her took priority over maintaining his careful pattern. Cross had assigned a team to dig deeper into Rachel's target area, those 3 square miles she'd identified as the killer's probable zone of operation. What they discovered made Cross's blood run cold. Within Rachel's target area lived or worked 47 individuals who fit the refined profile, males between 25 and 50, employed in technical or skilled labor positions, living alone or with minimal social connections, possessing the intelligence and resources to plan complex operations. 47 possible suspects. The team began systematic background investigations on each one, looking for anything that might narrow the field. Military service, medical training, security clearances, anything suggesting specialized knowledge. The work was painstaking, time-consuming, and legally precarious. They were investigating citizens who'd committed no crime, whose only fault was fitting a statistical profile. But 17 bodies granted certain permissions that peacetime law enforcement normally didn't enjoy. Mid-January produced a break that seemed miraculous until they understood its implications. One of Rachel's 47 suspects, a 34-year-old named Martin Kowalski, had called in sick to his job as an HVAC technician on 12 of the 17 murder dates. 12. The correlation seemed too perfect, too obvious. Background investigation revealed Kowalski had military service, Army, honorably discharged after 6 years, trained in maintenance and logistics. He lived alone in a small house on the edge of Millbrook Heights. His employment granted him access to countless buildings throughout the region. On paper, he looked like their suspect materialized into flesh. Surveillance teams began watching Kowalski around the clock. For 3 weeks, they documented his movements: work, home, grocery store, gym, work again. A life of remarkable monotony. He socialized rarely, spoke to neighbors less, moved through his days with mechanical efficiency. The surveillance teams reported that Kowalski possessed a certain flatness in his interactions, a quality that made people uncomfortable without being able to articulate why. One officer wrote in his log, "Subject makes eye contact but doesn't seem to actually see you, like talking to a mannequin." Detective Moreno pushed for immediate arrest. 12 matching dates, the right profile, the unsettling demeanor, it all pointed toward their killer. But Cross hesitated. instincts screaming warnings he couldn't yet articulate. Something felt wrong. Too convenient. Too neat. The Hollow Man had operated with extraordinary sophistication for 18 months, leaving almost no actionable evidence, demonstrating patience and planning that bordered on preternatural. Would someone that careful really match 12 out of 17 murder dates through simple sick-day coincidence? Would he really fit their profile so perfectly? He wants us to find Kowalski, Cross finally told his partner. This is misdirection. Moreno stared at him like he'd lost his mind. They had their best suspect in a year and a half, and Cross was suggesting it was a trap? But he insisted on continuing surveillance while they gathered more evidence, resisting pressure from the mayor's office and FBI supervisors who wanted an arrest to calm public panic. Cross needed to be certain, because if they arrested the wrong person, the real killer would disappear completely, knowing exactly how close law enforcement had come. February 14th, Valentine's Day, a holiday now forever tainted, brought victim 18. Catherine Mills was 31 years old, an emergency room nurse who'd spent her career saving lives in the same hospital where victim 13 had died. She worked the night shift, a job that meant leaving the hospital at dawn when most people were just waking up. On February 14th, she walked to her car in the employee parking lot at 6:45 a.m., exhausted from a shift that had included 3 trauma cases and a cardiac arrest. Security footage showed her crossing the lot, keys in hand, breath visible in the cold morning air. The figure approached from behind, appearing from between 2 vans with such sudden fluidity that Catherine had no time to react. He moved with her toward her car, close enough that a casual observer might think they were together. The camera angle captured the moment her body went rigid, the instant she understood something was wrong. But by then, his arm was around her neck, and she was being forced into her own vehicle with efficient brutality that spoke of practiced technique. The surveillance team watching Kowalski saw him emerge from his house at 6:50 a.m., 5 minutes after Catherine Mills was attacked, to retrieve his newspaper from the driveway. He was in full view of the officers watching his home when the 18th murder was occurring 3 miles away. Martin Kowalski was not the Hollow Man. He was exactly what he appeared to be, an antisocial HVAC technician who happened to fit a profile and call in sick on dates that coincidentally matched murders. The real killer had probably been aware of Kowalski for months, maybe even deliberately created the pattern of matching dates to draw attention toward an innocent man. It was chess played at a level that made Cross feel like a child fumbling with pieces he didn't understand. Catherine Mills was discovered in her car at noon when a coworker noticed the vehicle still in the lot hours after shift change. The positioning had become grimly familiar. Seated behind the wheel, hands arranged peacefully, head tilted in that unnatural angle. But this time, the killer had left something new. A Valentine's card placed on the dashboard, the store-bought kind with generic romantic sentiment. Inside, written in block letters, 18 roses for my loves. The task force conference room erupted in barely controlled chaos when Cross reported the finding. 18 victims now. The killer was openly mocking them, playing with the investigation like a cat with wounded prey. And the Valentine reference suggested a deeply disturbing emotional component they hadn't previously identified. Did he love his victims in some twisted way? Was murder his expression of affection? The profile required complete revision, and the profilers threw up their hands in frustration because every time they thought they understood his psychology, he revealed new dimensions that contradicted their models. March brought administrative pressure that threatened to destroy the investigation from within. The mayor, facing re-election in a city paralyzed by fear, demanded visible progress. When Cross couldn't deliver arrests or even promising leads, political machinery began grinding toward his removal from the case. FBI officials suggested bringing in outside leadership, implying that Cross's emotional investment, particularly after Rachel Simmons's death, had compromised his objectivity. Moreno fought beside him, defending his work, but they both understood the position was eroding. Cross spent more nights in the office than at home, sleeping in chairs when exhaustion finally overpowered caffeine, waking to stare at those 17, now 18, faces watching him from the walls. On March 23rd, victim 19 shattered the fragile illusion that any place remained safe. Detective Lisa Moreno left the police station at 11 p.m. after another 18-hour shift, her mind cataloging the day's investigative dead ends. She drove her usual route home, a path she'd traveled thousands of times over the years. At a stoplight 3 blocks from her apartment, she noticed the car behind her was following closer than traffic required. Something in her detective's instincts fired a warning. She ran the red light, accelerating away, watching her rearview mirror as the vehicle behind also ran the light to keep pace. Moreno grabbed her radio, calling for backup while executing evasive maneuvers through residential streets. The pursuing vehicle stayed with her, matching every turn, maintaining distance that suggested the driver knew exactly what they were doing. She pulled her service weapon, holding it ready while steering one-handed. The chase lasted 7 minutes before 3 patrol cars converged on her location, sirens screaming. The pursuing vehicle broke off, disappearing into an alley before responding officers could intercept. Moreno sat shaking in her car, adrenaline crash making her hands tremble. Cross arrived within minutes, finding his partner white-faced but uninjured. She described the vehicle, dark sedan, possibly black or navy, no visible plates. The description fit 10,000 cars in the region. They both understood what had happened. The Hollow Man had decided to expand his game, to directly engage law enforcement rather than simply operating around them. Moreno wasn't killed, which meant he'd chosen to spare her, for now, to demonstrate that he could reach into their world anytime he wanted. The next day, victim 19 was discovered. Paul Henderson, 53, the owner of the auto shop that serviced vehicles for the police department, found dead in his garage, strangled and positioned sitting in the driver's seat of Moreno's personal car, which had been in for routine maintenance. The message was unmistakable. The killer had access to their vehicles, their support systems, their professional infrastructure. He could strike anywhere, anyone, at any time, and he wanted them to know it. Paul Henderson's murder violated what little remained of the task force's psychological safety. If the killer could reach into the investigation itself, if he could track detectives and target support personnel, then nowhere was secure. Officers began carrying weapons off-duty, varying their routes home, checking vehicles for tampering. The investigation transformed from professional duty into personal survival, and that transformation brought a desperation that clouded judgment even as it intensified effort. April came with spring rain that felt like tears from a weeping sky. Victim 20 materialized in a shopping mall parking lot. Daniel Reeves, 27, off-duty police officer who joined the force just 8 months earlier, found in his truck, strangled with his own necktie, positioned with his police identification placed carefully on his chest. The killer was no longer just murdering citizens. He was hunting the hunters, demonstrating that the badge granted no protection from someone who understood law enforcement well enough to anticipate their movements. Daniel's death broke something fundamental in the investigation's morale. He'd been one of their own, a young officer with his whole career ahead of him, killed because he joined the department trying to make a difference. Cross stood over Daniel's body in the parking lot and felt something inside him finally crack. The weight of 20 deaths, 20 failures, 20 families destroyed while he chased shadows. It became unbearable. He walked away from the crime scene, got in his car, and drove for 3 hours without destination, just moving because stopping meant facing the magnitude of his inadequacy. Moreno found him at a rest stop outside the city, sitting on a picnic table in light rain, staring at nothing. She sat beside him without speaking for a long time before Cross finally broke the silence. He's gonna keep killing until we stop him or until he gets bored, and I don't know how to stop him. The admission felt like defeat, like surrender, like everything Cross had worked for evaporating into meaninglessness. Then we changed tactics, Moreno said quietly. We've been hunting him like he's a criminal, but he's not. He's a predator who thinks like we do, maybe better than we do. So we stop hunting and start baiting. Cross looked at her, understanding dawning. You want to draw him out. I want to give him something he can't resist. He's killing cops now, Lisa. He's escalating again, targeting law enforcement because we're the most challenging prey. So we offer him a challenge he'll take. The plan formed over the next week, a strategy so risky that FBI supervisors initially refused approval. They would leak information suggesting the task force had identified a suspect, not Kowalski this time, but a fictional person whose profile would be irresistible to the Hollow Man's ego. They'd stage press conferences announcing imminent arrest, create the appearance that the investigation was finally succeeding. The goal was to provoke a response, to make the killer feel threatened enough to break pattern, to surface in some way that would expose him to identification. It was psychological warfare, an attempt to manipulate someone who'd proven extraordinarily resistant to manipulation. The risks were enormous. They might spook him into disappearing forever, or provoke escalation that produced more bodies. But after 20 victims and 18 months of methodical failure, conventional investigation had proven inadequate. Sometimes catching monsters required becoming slightly monstrous yourself. The press conference was scheduled for May 3rd, 1989. Detective Cross stood before cameras and reporters, lying with conviction born of desperation. "We've identified a suspect in the Hollow Man case and expect to make an arrest within 72 hours. Due to the ongoing investigation, I can't provide details, but I want the community to know that the person responsible for these crimes will soon be in custody." It was theater, performance, psychological bait cast into dark water, hoping the predator would rise to strike. Cross delivered his lines with false confidence while privately praying this wouldn't result in victim 21 appearing before they could close the trap. For 6 days, nothing happened. The task force maintained round-the-clock readiness, certain a response was coming. Tension built like pressure in a sealed container, everyone waiting for the explosion they knew was inevitable. Sleep became impossible for most of the team. They existed in a strange liminal space between fear and anticipation, knowing they'd provoked something dangerous without being certain how it would manifest. May 9th provided the answer in a way that demonstrated just how thoroughly they'd underestimated their opponent. The Hollow Man didn't attack another victim. Instead, he delivered a package to the police station. A cardboard box left on the front steps sometime between midnight and 5 a.m., appearing in the window between security patrols like a magic trick. No one saw who delivered it. Cameras covering that area experienced temporary malfunctions during the delivery window, blind spots created with such precision they might as well have been scheduled. Inside the box, wrapped in ordinary brown paper, was a collection of items that made Cross's blood crystallize in his veins. 20 driver's licenses, one for each victim, 20 watches, presumably taken from the victim's wrists, 20 photographs, each showing a victim moments before their death, captured by the killer during the murders. And at the bottom of the box, a handwritten note on simple white paper. "You lied. There is no suspect. There is only me, and I am perfection unfolding. You cannot catch what you cannot comprehend, but I admire your effort. Shall we continue our dance? I've enjoyed these 20 movements. Imagine what the next 20 will teach us both." The task force stared at the contents spread across the conference room table. Trophies from 20 murders, physical proof that had been in the killer's possession for months, maybe years. He'd kept them, risked holding on to evidence that could destroy him because the emotional value exceeded the risk. And now he'd delivered them directly to law enforcement as a taunt, a demonstration of superiority so complete that he could literally hand them evidence while remaining untouchable. "He's insane," someone whispered, but Cross shook his head. "He's not insane. He's something worse. He's completely rational, operating under logic we don't understand. And he just told us he's planning 20 more murders. He's counting, building towards something, 40 victims as some kind of goal or milestone." The profilers examined the note, analyzing handwriting, word choice, syntax. The penmanship was unremarkable, neat block letters that could belong to anyone. The language suggested education, but nothing that narrowed the suspect pool meaningfully. The paper and pen were generic, available at any office supply store. Even the box itself was common shipping material void of useful forensic markers. The killer had delivered a wealth of psychological information while maintaining absolute physical anonymity. But he'd made a mistake, however small. The photographs were developed prints, meaning they'd been processed somewhere, a drugstore, a photo lab, a mail order service. In 1989, digital photography was still years away from consumer use. Film meant physical processing, and physical processing meant records. The task force began the monumental task of tracking down every photo development facility within a 100-mile radius, requesting records of customers who'd processed film around the dates of the murders. It was needle-in-haystack investigation, the kind of desperate long shot that rarely produced results. Thousands of people developed photos every day. Connecting specific processed images to the hollow man seemed impossible. But Cross insisted, understanding that this was the first tangible evidence trail the killer had left. Somewhere in those millions of developed photos was the record of these 20 murders being processed. They just needed to find it. Meanwhile, the box's contents revealed details about the murders that hadn't been previously understood. The photographs showed victims in their final moments. Eyes wide with terror, mouths open in silent screams, hands raised defensively. The killer had been documenting his work, creating a record of his accomplishments. Forensic analysis of the photographs revealed they'd been taken from extremely close range, possibly while the killer was actively strangling his victims. He was literally photographing the moment of death, capturing the instant human life transition to corpse. The psychological implications were staggering. This wasn't a killer who simply ended lives and moved on. He was creating art from murder, documenting his work with the care of an artist building a portfolio. Each death was a performance to be preserved, studied, remembered. The victims weren't people to him. They were subjects, materials he used to create something he considered meaningful. May ended without new victims, a pause that felt more ominous than reassuring. The killer had promised 20 more deaths. The silence suggested he was planning, preparing for whatever came next. Cross used the respite to push the photo development investigation, convinced it represented their best chance at identification. On June 2nd, the break finally came. A photo lab technician in a suburb 15 miles from Millbrook Heights contacted police after seeing news coverage about the investigation. She remembered, months ago, processing a roll of film that had disturbed her so much she'd almost reported it. The images appeared to show people in distress. Not clearly violent, but unsettling enough that she'd mentioned it to her manager. The manager had dismissed her concerns, suggesting they were probably stills from an amateur film project or theater production. But now, seeing the news reports, she wondered if those photos had been something darker. The lab still had the processing records. The film had been dropped off on March 27, 1988, 4 days after victim number 4. The customer had paid cash, providing a name that was obviously fake, John Smith, and a phone number that proved to be disconnected. But the lab's security camera had captured the customer during drop-off and pickup. Cross stood in front of the television monitor, watching grainy surveillance footage from over a year ago, and finally saw the face that had haunted his investigation. The hollow man had been captured on camera, immortalized in black and white video that showed him clearly for the first time. He was unremarkable. Average height, average build, average features that blended into any crowd. Brown hair cut short and neat, clean-shaven, wearing ordinary clothes, jeans, a simple jacket, nothing memorable. But his eyes, even in low-resolution surveillance footage, there was something dead about his eyes. The camera caught him looking directly at the lens for a moment, and Cross felt his skin crawl despite watching a recording from months ago. Those eyes held nothing. No emotion, no humanity, just emptiness behind a human face. "That's him," Cross whispered. "That's our killer." The task force mobilized with renewed energy. The surveillance footage was enhanced, the best tech available brought in to sharpen the image. The killer's face was distributed to every law enforcement agency in the region. A sketch artist worked with the technician who'd seen him in person to create a composite that was broadcast across every news outlet. After 18 months of hunting shadows, they finally had a face to search for. Tips flooded in immediately, hundreds of people calling to report neighbors, co-workers, strangers who resembled the sketch. Each tip required investigation. Resources stretched impossibly thin as detectives chased leads that mostly evaporated into misidentification. But somewhere in that flood of information was the call that would finally give them a name. June 9th, An elderly woman named Mrs. Patricia Walsh contacted the tip line. She'd seen the sketch on the evening news and swore it looked exactly like her neighbor, a quiet man who lived in the duplex next to hers on the west side of Millbrook Heights. She'd never learned his first name, knew him only as Mr. Graves, a tenant who kept to himself and worked irregular hours. He'd lived there for about 3 years, always paid rent on time, never caused problems. But something about him had always made her uncomfortable, though she couldn't articulate exactly what. The eyes, she said. Something wrong with his eyes. Detectives pulled rental records for the address. The tenant was listed as Victor Graves, age 38, employed as a building maintenance contractor. A background check revealed almost nothing. No criminal record, no traffic violations, no military service, no college records. Victor Graves appeared to have materialized into existence 5 years ago with minimal documentation and bureaucratic footprint, which was, in itself, suspicious. People accumulate records through simply living, credit cards, employment history, tax returns, medical records. Graves' life was suspiciously sparse, suggesting either careful minimization of documentation or a constructed identity. Surveillance teams took positions around the duplex. For 3 days, they watched, waiting for Graves to appear. The unit remained dark. No one entered or exited. Neighbors reported they hadn't seen him in over a week, which wasn't unusual. He often disappeared for days at a time, presumably traveling for work. The building's landlord was contacted and provided a key, allowing entry with appropriate legal authority. Detective Cross led the entry team into Victor Graves' apartment on June 12, 1989, at 6 a.m. What they discovered inside would become legendary in law enforcement circles. The lair of a serial killer who transformed murder into obsession. The apartment was meticulously clean, furniture minimal and functional. No personal photographs, no decorative items, no indication that a human being actually lived in the space. But the back bedroom had been converted into something that made even veteran detectives step back in shock. Every wall was covered with photographs, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, arranged in precise grids. The 20 murder victims were represented, but so were dozens of other faces. People walking through parking lots, entering buildings, sitting in cars. Surveillance photos taken from a distance, documenting potential victims over weeks or months. The killer had been watching far more people than he'd actually killed, studying them, selecting from a pool of candidates with methodical care. A filing cabinet contained meticulously organized folders, one for each victim, plus dozens for people who'd apparently not been selected. Each folder included photographs, notes detailing daily routines, copies of the victim's personal information somehow obtained through means the investigation would later need to unravel. The level of planning was extraordinary. Graves had been stalking his victims for extended periods before killing them, learning their patterns, identifying vulnerabilities, timing his strikes with precision born of patient observation. On a desk sat the camera used to photograph the victims during their murders, a Nikon still loaded with partially used film. Evidence technicians secured it carefully, understanding those remaining frames might contain images of murders not yet connected to the Hollow Man. In a locked cabinet, they found more trophies, jewelry, keys, personal items taken from victims beyond the 20 already known. As suspected, the Hollow Man's body count extended beyond the murders they'd identified. The evidence suggested at least 30 victims, maybe more, dating back years before Margaret Peterson. But Victor Graves himself was gone. The apartment held no indication of where he might have fled. His contracting company, registered under a different false name, had received a resignation notice 2 weeks earlier, effective immediately. Bank records showed he'd withdrawn all his funds in cash 3 weeks ago. He'd seen the investigation closing in and vanished like smoke. They'd found his lair, his true identity, his complete methodology. They'd uncovered evidence of 3 decades of murder spanning years and probably multiple states. But the man himself had slipped away, understanding that the walls were closing and acting with the same methodical planning he'd demonstrated throughout his killing career. An arrest warrant was issued for Victor Graves. His photograph, the real one from the Photolab surveillance footage, was distributed nationally. The FBI added him to their most wanted list. But weeks passed without sightings, without leads, without any indication of where he'd gone or whether he was still alive. The investigation had finally identified the Hollow Man. But identifying him and catching him proved to be very different challenges. And somewhere out there, Victor Graves remained free, his dull eyes searching for victim number 31, or perhaps already planning something far worse. The case wasn't over. In many ways, it was just beginning. Summer heat descended on Millbrook Heights with oppressive intensity, temperatures climbing into the 90s while humidity turned the air thick enough to taste. The city existed in strange dual states, terrified because the Hollow Man had been identified but not captured, and relieved because for the first time in 2 years murders had stopped. 8 weeks since Victor Graves disappeared. 8 weeks without new bodies. The silence felt like holding your breath underwater, waiting to see if you drown or surface. Detective Raymond Cross had aged another decade since discovering Graves' apartment. The revelation that they'd been hunting someone who'd killed at least 30 people over multiple years, someone sophisticated enough to maintain false identities and evade identification for so long, it recalibrated the magnitude of their failure. 30 families who'd lost loved ones. 30 investigations that had never connected to a single suspect because Victor Graves was a ghost who moved between jurisdictions, between identities, leaving death in his wake while remaining legally invisible. The task force had expanded to include federal fugitive hunters, marshals specializing in tracking disappeared criminals. Graves' photograph appeared on television daily, in post offices, on highway billboards. A $100,000 reward was offered for information leading to his capture. But nothing generated actionable leads. Victor Graves had simply vanished, dissolving into the vast American landscape like he'd never existed at all. Cross spent his days reviewing everything they'd learned from Graves' apartment, searching for clues about where he might run. The filing cabinets had yielded disturbing insights. Graves had been planning his potential escape for years, maintaining multiple false identities with supporting documentation, establishing bank accounts under different names, creating a network of resources he could access if law enforcement ever identified him. He'd anticipated eventual discovery and prepared accordingly. The photographs covering his walls haunted Cross's dreams. So many faces, some belonging to known victims, others to people who'd been stalked but ultimately not selected. The selection criteria remained mysterious. What made Graves choose to kill some targets while abandoning surveillance on others? The profilers suggested he was looking for something specific in his victims, some quality or characteristic that resonated with whatever darkness drove him. But without Graves himself to interrogate, understanding his psychology remained speculative. Detective Moreno had taken over coordination with other states, connecting with departments investigating unsolved strangulation murders that might link to Graves. Bodies were being exhumed, cold cases reopened, families who'd received no answers for years suddenly learning their loved one's murder might be connected to a serial killer who'd operated with impunity for over a decade. The scope was staggering. Preliminary investigations suggested Graves' killing career might stretch back to the early 1980s, possibly longer. On July 27th, the first credible sighting emerged. A gas station clerk in rural Pennsylvania contacted local police, certain that a customer who'd purchased fuel and cigarettes matched Victor Graves' photograph. Surveillance footage confirmed the identification. Graves, looking thinner and wearing a beard, but unmistakably the same person. He'd used cash, spoken minimally, revealed nothing about his destination. But the sighting established that he was alive, mobile, and heading northeast. Federal authorities established checkpoints, distributed fresh alerts to law enforcement throughout Pennsylvania, New York, and New England. The net tightened, resources concentrated in the region where Graves had surfaced. For 72 hours, intensive searching produced nothing. He'd gone to ground somewhere in the vast rural landscape, finding shelter in the endless forests and small towns that characterized the region. Then, on July 30th, a state trooper in upstate New York attempted to stop a vehicle for a routine traffic violation. Expired registration tags, the kind of minor infraction that usually results in a warning. The driver accelerated instead of pulling over, initiating a chase that reached speeds of 90 miles per hour on winding country roads. Additional units responded, helicopters joined the pursuit, and after 20 minutes of dangerous maneuvering, the vehicle crashed into a drainage ditch on a back road miles from the nearest town. Officers approached the crashed vehicle with weapons drawn, ordering the driver to exit with hands visible. The man who emerged matched Victor Graves' description perfectly. He complied with commands, offering no resistance, his expression utterly calm despite the circumstances. As officers placed him in handcuffs, Graves spoke his first words. "I knew this moment would arrive eventually. I've been preparing for it." The arrest electrified the task force. Cross and Moreno flew to New York immediately, needing to see the monster they'd hunted for so long finally contained. Victor Graves sat in an interrogation room wearing an orange jumpsuit, his hands cuffed to a table, looking entirely unremarkable except for those eyes. Even in custody, even under fluorescent lights that revealed every detail, his eyes remained flat and dull, windows into nothing, reflecting no emotion, no fear, no concern about his situation. Cross sat across from him, studying the face that had consumed 2 years of his life. Graves returned the gaze with unsettling calm, neither hostile nor friendly, just observing Cross the way someone might study an interesting insect. "Victor Graves," Cross began, though they both knew that name was as false as all the others. "If you prefer," Graves replied, his voice soft and measured, "though I've answered to several names over the years. Identity is such a fluid concept, don't you think, detective? We become whatever people need us to be. Who are you really? What's your actual name?" A slight smile, barely perceptible. "Does it matter? The person I was born as died years ago. Victor Graves is more real than that original identity ever was. I became who I needed to be to accomplish my work." "Your work?" Cross repeated, fighting to keep his voice level. "Murdering 30 people is work to you?" "At least 43, actually," Graves corrected, his tone the same as if discussing weather. "Though some of the early ones were admittedly crude. Learning experiences. I refined my technique significantly over time. The methodology you documented in Millbrook Heights represents my mature period, work I'm genuinely proud of. The casual admission of additional murders, delivered with the detached pride of an artist discussing their portfolio, made Cross's stomach turn. But he maintained professional composure, understanding this interrogation might be his only chance to understand the creature sitting across from him. "Why?" Cross asked. "Why did you kill those people?" Graves considered the question with apparent seriousness, tilting his head slightly. "That's the question everyone asks, isn't it? They want some explanation that makes sense within their framework of human motivation. Abuse, trauma, rejection, insanity, categories that contain the incomprehensible. But the truth is simpler and more disturbing than any of those explanations." He leaned forward as much as the restraints allowed, those dead eyes locked on Cross. "I killed them because I could, because understanding how fragile human life truly is, how easily a breathing, thinking person transforms into inert meat, that knowledge fascinated me more than anything else in existence. Each death was an experiment, a study in biomechanics and psychology. Watching the light leave someone's eyes while their brain processes the reality of imminent death. There's nothing else quite like it. Nothing else that makes you feel so completely, intensely alive." Cross forced himself not to react, not to show the revulsion churning in his gut. "The photographs you took, the way you arranged bodies, that was part of the experiment." "Documentation," Graves replied. "Any serious researcher documents their work. The positioning was aesthetic consideration, I suppose, leaving them as objects arranged with care rather than simply discarded. A signature, yes, but also an acknowledgement that even as I reduced them to corpses, they'd served a purpose worthy of recognition." "Rachel Simmons," Cross said quietly, "the graduate student. You killed her because she figured out where you operated." Something flickered in Graves' expression, the first real emotion Cross had witnessed. "She was brilliant," he said, and there was genuine appreciation in his voice. "Her geographical analysis was extraordinarily close to accurate. She would have been an excellent investigator if I'd allowed her to continue developing." But yes, she posed too significant a threat. I prioritized her elimination despite it deviating from my established pattern. A necessary sacrifice of methodology to preserve operational security. You wrote wrong in her blood, cross-pressed. Was her analysis actually incorrect? Graves smiled properly for the first time, an expression devoid of warmth. No, detective. She was approximately 85% accurate. I wrote that message to misdirect your investigation, to make you discount her findings. Clearly, it wasn't entirely effective given that you eventually found my residence. But it bought me time to establish escape protocols. The interrogation continued for 6 hours, Graves speaking with disturbing candor about his methodology, his victim selection process, his techniques for avoiding detection. He described murders in clinical detail, explaining how he'd refined his strangulation method to extend the duration of consciousness, how he'd learned to move through surveillance blind spots, how he'd cultivated multiple identities over years of careful documentation forgery. He was proud of his work, eager to explain his expertise to someone who might appreciate the sophistication even while condemning the application. But when Cross asked about Graves' origins, his childhood, his real name, what had transformed him into a serial killer, the shutters came down. That person is irrelevant, Graves said flatly. Whatever created me doesn't matter. Only what I became matters. The work stands independent of origin. Cross pushed, trying different approaches, but Graves refused to discuss anything predating his first murder. It was as if Victor Graves truly had been born the moment he killed for the first time, everything before that genuinely dead to him. The profilers would later suggest this represented dissociation of extraordinary magnitude, a complete psychological break from his original identity. But sitting across from Graves, Cross suspected something darker. That the man had voluntarily murdered his own humanity long before he'd killed his first victim, making a conscious choice to become something other than human. The legal proceedings that followed were swift by judicial standards, though they felt agonizingly slow to the victims' families. Graves was charged with 17 counts of first-degree murder in Millbrook Heights, the cases where physical evidence definitively connected him to the crimes. Additional charges were prepared in other jurisdictions as investigations confirmed his involvement in dozens of additional murders. Graves' attorney attempted an insanity defense, arguing that someone who killed with such systematic precision over so many years must be mentally ill. But the forensic psychiatrists who examined Graves uniformly concluded he was legally sane. Fully aware his actions were wrong, capable of controlling his behavior, operating under internal logic that was disturbing but coherent. He wasn't insane in any medical sense. He was something else, something the psychiatric establishment struggled to categorize. A psychopath of extraordinary functionality, perhaps, or a sociopath who'd refined his predatory behavior to near-perfect efficiency. The trial became a media sensation, courtroom packed daily with journalists, victims' families, and citizens desperate to understand how someone like Victor Graves could exist. Cross attended every session, feeling a responsibility to witness the conclusion of the case that had consumed so much of his life. He watched Graves sit at the defense table with that same unsettling calm, occasionally taking notes, showing no reaction to testimony from devastated family members or medical examiners describing their loved one's final moments. When given the opportunity to address the court before sentencing, Graves declined. No explanation, no apology, no final statement. He simply stood when instructed, received 17 consecutive life sentences without possibility of parole, and was led away to begin his permanent incarceration. His expression never changed, not relief, not disappointment, nothing. Just that empty flatness, like he was observing events happening to someone else. Cross expected to feel satisfaction, closure, some sense that justice had been achieved. Instead, he felt hollow. 43 known victims, probably more they'd never identify. 43 lives extinguished because one person decided studying death interested him more than respecting life. The mathematics of it, one man's curiosity erasing so many futures, felt impossibly unbalanced. Graves would spend the rest of his life in a cell, but the people he'd murdered remained dead. The families he'd destroyed remained broken. The scales didn't balance, couldn't balance. The task force disbanded in November of 1989. Awards and commendations were distributed, recognition given for solving one of the most complex serial murder cases in the state's history. Cross accepted his with appropriate professional grace while privately feeling like a fraud. They'd solved it only after Graves had gotten careless enough to be photographed, only after 43 people had died. The success felt contaminated by the magnitude of loss that preceded it. Detective Moreno left law enforcement 6 months later, accepting a teaching position at the FBI Academy where she could help train future investigators in techniques they developed while hunting the Hollow Man. She told Cross she couldn't continue doing work that required regular exposure to the kind of evil Graves represented. It was corroding something essential in her, and she needed to step back before nothing remained. Cross understood completely but lacked the courage to follow her example. Cross himself continued working homicides for another decade, though everyone who knew him agreed he was never quite the same after the Graves case. The 43 faces haunted him in ways that wouldn't yield to time or therapy. His marriage dissolved quietly in 1991, his wife finally accepting that the man she'd married had been fundamentally altered by exposure to Victor Graves. His daughter maintained distant but cordial contact, calling on holidays with the careful tone people use when speaking to someone fragile. The victims' families formed a support group that met monthly, people bound together by shared trauma and the inadequate consolation that their loved one's killer had finally been caught. Cross attended the first anniversary gathering, standing awkwardly while parents and spouses and children tried to find meaning in loss that fundamentally resisted meaning. Margaret Peterson's husband approached him, this man who'd aged 30 years in 3, and shook Cross's hand without speaking. The gratitude in his eyes was somehow worse than anger would have been, because Cross knew he didn't deserve thanks for solving a case only after 17 people in this room had lost everything. Victor Graves resided in maximum security at the state's most secure facility, kept in isolation due to concerns other inmates might target a serial killer. Guards who interacted with him reported that he remained eerily calm, spending his days reading extensively philosophy, biology, psychology texts, and writing in journals the prison censors reviewed for potential threats. The journals contained no confessions or insights into his psychology, just observations about daily routine written with the same clinical detachment he'd applied to murder. He had no visitors, received no mail, existed in complete isolation from the outside world. If the imprisonment bothered him, he showed no sign of it. In 1993, a researcher studying serial killers requested permission to interview Graves for a book examining the psychology of methodical murderers. Cross, contacted for his perspective on whether the interview should be allowed, recommended denial. Graves had already explained himself sufficiently. Giving him additional platform to discuss his work felt obscene. The request was denied, and Graves returned to his anonymous isolation. Years passed. The case gradually faded from public consciousness, replaced by new tragedies and new monsters. Millbrook Heights rebuilt its sense of security, though anyone who'd lived through those years carried permanent scars. Children who'd grown up during the Hollow Man's killing spree entered adulthood with heightened vigilance, permanent skepticism about the safety of ordinary spaces. The psychological impact rippled across generations. Parents who'd experienced that terror raised their children with extra caution, and those children absorbed anxieties they didn't fully understand. Cross retired from active duty in 2001, his body and mind worn down by decades of exposure to human violence. He'd investigated over 200 murders in his career, but the Graves case remained the one that defined him, the investigation that became synonymous with his professional legacy. Young detectives would approach him at law enforcement conferences, asking questions about the case, seeking insights they could apply to their own serial investigations. Cross answered as helpfully as possible while privately thinking that the real lesson, some people are simply evil in ways that can't be prevented or explained, wasn't one anyone wanted to hear. In August 2006, Cross received a letter forwarded from the police department to his retirement address. The return label indicated it came from the state prison. His hands trembled as he opened it, recognizing immediately the neat block handwriting he'd seen in Graves' journals 17 years earlier. The letter was brief. Detective Cross, I hope retirement treats you well. I followed news of your career's conclusion with interest. One of the advantages of prison libraries is access to newspapers, though they're always a day late. I'm writing because I've spent considerable time reflecting on our interactions, particularly the interrogation following my arrest. You asked questions most investigators never think to pose. You tried to understand rather than simply condemn. I appreciate that intellectual approach even if it yielded limited results. I want you to know that of all the people whose lives I've intersected with, you're one of the few I respect. You hunted me competently, and when you finally caught me, though I'll note that was partially due to my own carelessness during the traffic stop, you treated me as a worthy opponent rather than simply a monster to be caged. I also want you to know that I have no regrets. The work I accomplished represents the fullest expression of my capabilities. Those 43 people served purposes beyond their individual significance. They helped me understand human fragility at a level few people ever achieve. That knowledge was worth the price. I suspect you believe I should feel remorse. I don't. I can't really. Remorse requires valuing life in ways I'm fundamentally incapable of experiencing. But I can acknowledge that you suffered significantly while hunting me, and that suffering was never my intention. You were collateral damage in pursuit of knowledge that mattered more to me than your well-being. For whatever it's worth, I recognize that cost. I'll likely die in this facility. My health is declining, kidney disease, the doctors inform me, and I've refused treatment. There's no point prolonging existence that's lost its purpose. I can't conduct my work here, and life without that work holds no interest. When I'm gone, you'll finally be free of me. I hope that brings you peace, though I suspect we're both damaged in ways that preclude true peace. Respectfully, Victor Graves. Cross read the letter 3 times, searching for hidden threats or coded messages. Finding none, understanding it was exactly what it appeared to be. A final communication from the monster who defined so much of his life. The respect Graves expressed felt contaminating, like praise from a source so corrupted it tainted anything it touched. Cross didn't want Victor Graves' respect. Didn't want to be remembered as anything other than the detective who'd finally ended his killing spree. But he couldn't deny the letter's impact. For 17 years, he'd carried questions about Graves' psychology, his motivations, whether someone capable of such systematic violence possessed any awareness of the damage they'd inflicted. The letter provided answers, though not comforting ones. Graves understood perfectly what he'd done. He just didn't care in any conventional sense. The suffering he'd caused registered as interesting data rather than moral injury. He was exactly what Cross had suspected during that first interrogation. A consciousness so fundamentally different from normal human experience that bridging the gap required abandoning assumptions about shared humanity. Cross burned the letter in his fireplace that evening, watching the paper blacken and curl while he drank whiskey and tried not to think about how Graves' words had burrowed into his mind. He told no one about the letter, not wanting to give Graves' final communication any significance beyond the 2 people it concerned. It would remain between them, killer and hunter, locked in a relationship neither had chosen but both had been transformed by. Victor Graves died on March 14, 2007, from complications of kidney disease he'd refused to treat. The prison notified Cross out of professional courtesy. He felt nothing when he heard, no relief, no satisfaction, just a dull acknowledgement that a chapter had finally closed. Graves' body was cremated without ceremony, ashes disposed of according to state protocols for inmates without families. No marker existed to indicate where the remains of the Hollow Man ultimately came to rest. He dissolved into anonymity, leaving behind only files and memories and the permanent scars on everyone who'd crossed his path. The task force held an unofficial reunion that summer. Detectives and agents who'd worked the case gathering at a restaurant in Millbrook Heights to remember and process. Some had prospered in their careers, rising to positions of authority. Others had left law enforcement entirely, unable to continue after exposure to Victor Graves. They shared stories, compared notes on how the case had shaped their professional philosophies, drank too much, and avoided discussing the deeper psychological cost they all carried. Cross attended but left early, unable to stomach the nostalgia creeping into conversations about the worst investigation any of them had ever conducted. On his drive home, he passed the Hendrick supermarket where Margaret Peterson had died. The store was still operating, under different ownership now, most people completely unaware of its significance. He passed the parking garage where Thomas Wexler had been murdered, renovated and modernized, the security system upgraded, no ghost lingering in the spaces where violence had occurred. The city had moved on, as cities always do, absorbing tragedy and rebuilding over the scars. Only the people who'd been there, who'd lived through it, who'd lost loved ones or hunted the killer or documented the crime scenes. Only they carried permanent records of what Victor Graves had been. And as they aged and eventually died themselves, even those memories would fade until the Hollow Man became just another historical curiosity, a name in true crime documentaries, a case study in law enforcement textbooks. Cross understood this was appropriate. Evil shouldn't be remembered except as cautionary tale, and even then, only in ways that honored victims rather than sensationalizing violence. The 43 people Victor Graves had murdered deserved to be remembered as they'd lived. As sons and daughters, parents and siblings, people with dreams and futures that were stolen. Not as statistics in a serial killer's body count. But late at night, when sleep wouldn't come and memories crowded too close, Cross still saw those crime scene photographs covering the walls of Graves' apartment. Hundreds of faces, some belonging to victims, others to people who'd been stalked but spared. He wondered about those spared individuals. Had they ever known how close death had come? Did some of them still live in Millbrook Heights, completely unaware they'd once been photographed by a serial killer who'd ultimately decided not to kill them? And he thought about the question that haunted him most. How many other Victor Graves existed in the world, moving through society with those same dull eyes, that same fundamental disconnect from human life? How many practiced their craft in anonymity, never caught, never identified, accumulating victims in jurisdictions too overwhelmed or underfunded to connect the patterns? The Hollow Man had been extraordinarily sophisticated, but Cross didn't believe he was unique, just unusually successful and eventually unlucky enough to be photographed. The thought kept him awake most nights in those final years. But when his daughter visited, or when former colleagues called to check on him, Cross said he was fine. Because what else could he say? That hunting monsters had shown him that monsters were real, were everywhere, were sometimes indistinguishable from the people standing beside you in grocery stores or sitting next to you at stoplights. That knowledge destroyed innocence in ways that couldn't be shared with people who still possessed it. Detective Raymond Cross died in his sleep on a Tuesday morning in September 2009, heart failure taking him quietly at age 68. His daughter found him in his armchair surrounded by books about criminal psychology he'd been reading despite retirement. On his desk sat the task force photo from 1989, 17 detectives and agents who'd hunted Victor Graves, most of them smiling with the forced optimism people wear when facing cameras after trauma. Cross wasn't smiling in the photo. He was staring at something beyond the camera's frame, his expression haunted by knowledge he couldn't escape. The funeral was well attended. Colleagues, family, friends paying respects to a detective whose career had been distinguished and difficult in equal measure. Detective Moreno gave the eulogy, speaking about Cross's dedication, his integrity, his refusal to give up even when cases seemed unsolvable. She didn't mention Victor Graves by name, but everyone present understood that the Hollow Man case had been both the pinnacle and the poison of Cross's career, the investigation that proved his capabilities while extracting a cost no amount of success could justify. The victims' families sent flowers and cards, gratitude from people whose lives had been irreparably damaged but who'd at least received answers because Raymond Cross wouldn't stop hunting. Their gestures of appreciation arrived too late for Cross to receive, but his daughter kept them, understanding they represented something her father had needed to hear while living, that his work had mattered, that suffering in service of justice wasn't entirely meaningless. And in prisons and morgues and police archives across the country, evidence of Victor Graves slowly degraded. Photographs fading, documents yellowing, physical artifacts of 43 murders becoming historical rather than immediate. The case files were boxed and stored in climate-controlled evidence facilities, accessible to researchers and investigators but rarely accessed. Victor Graves became a name in databases, a case study in serial murder investigation, a cautionary tale about sophisticated offenders who required extraordinary effort to catch. The 43 known victims, Margaret Peterson, Thomas Wexler, Sarah Chun, and all the others whose names had been cataloged during the investigation, they faded too, remembered by shrinking circles of loved ones who aged and eventually joined them in death. The living moved on because that's what the living must do. They rebuilt their sense of security, raised children, pursued careers, found joy where joy could still be found. Life continued because life has no choice but to continue, even after encountering evidence that monsters walk among us wearing human faces. But on certain anniversaries, or late at night when memories surface unbidden, people who'd lived through the Hollow Man's reign of terror would pause and remember. Remember when their city had been terrorized. Remember when trusting strangers seemed impossibly naive. Remember those dull eyes staring out from photographs, empty of everything except the calculation of predator assessing prey. And they'd check their locks, scan parking lots before approaching their cars, remain alert in ways that felt paranoid but couldn't be abandoned. Because once you've learned that evil exists, not the theatrical evil of fiction but the methodical, patient, sophisticated evil that studies your routines and plans your murder with the same attention most people apply to careers or hobbies, that knowledge becomes permanent. Victor Graves murdered 43 people over approximately 15 years. He was caught, imprisoned, and died in custody. By conventional measures, justice was served. The monster was caged and eventually eliminated. But the real body count extended far beyond 43. Everyone who'd known the victims carried permanent wounds. Parents who'd outlived children, spouses who'd lost partners, friends who wondered if they could have prevented tragedy if they'd recognized warning signs. The investigators who'd hunted graves carried psychological scars from exposure to methodical evil. The citizens of Millbrook Heights carried diminished sense of safety that never fully recovered. The ripples spread across time and relationships in ways impossible to quantify. This is the true cost of serial murder that statistics never capture. Not just the immediate victims, but the permanent damage radiating outward through communities and generations. The slow erosion of trust. The learned hypervigilance that exhausts even as it protects. The understanding, absorbed at a level too deep for words, that violence can arrive in ordinary moments from sources that provide no warning. Victor Graves is dead. Detective Raymond Cross is dead. The Hollow Man case is closed. But the shadows they cast remain, lingering in the spaces between streetlights, in parking lots at dusk, in the moment of hesitation before trusting a stranger who asks for help. Those shadows are permanent, part of the landscape now, invisible to those who never experienced the terror but unmistakable to those who lived through it. And somewhere, in some city not yet aware of its danger, another person with dull, empty eyes is learning their craft, studying victims, refining techniques, transforming murder into routine. They're out there. They've always been out there. Victor Graves wasn't the first and won't be the last. The only questions are how many victims they'll claim before being caught, and whether anyone will recognize the pattern before it's too late. This is the lesson that Detective Raymond Cross carried to his grave, the knowledge that haunted his final years and probably his final moments. Evil exists, evil studies, evil adapts, and evil is patient. Sometimes the monsters lose. Sometimes they're caught and caged and eliminated. But sometimes they're not. And the uncertainty, the understanding that you'll never know if the person standing behind you in line, or passing you on the sidewalk, or living in the apartment next door is simply human or something wearing humanity like a disguise, that uncertainty becomes the new normal for people who've seen behind the mask. The story of Victor Graves, the Hollow Man, ends here. But the story of what he revealed about human nature, about the fragility of our assumptions about safety, about the creatures that walk among us, that story continues. It continues every time someone checks their rearview mirror compulsively. Every time a parent warns their children about trusting strangers. Every time someone instinctively moves their keys between their fingers as they walk to their car at night. We tell ourselves we're safe. We construct elaborate assurances that violence is rare, that our routines protect us, that evil can be recognized and avoided. And mostly, statistically, those assurances hold true. But for the 43 people whose lives ended at Victor Graves' hands, those assurances were lies. And for everyone who loved them, who investigated their deaths, who lived in the same city during those terrible years, they learned that safety is provisional, that monsters are real, and that sometimes darkness wears a human face with empty, dull eyes that see you not as a person but as an object whose continued existence is purely optional. That's the truth the hollow man left behind. Not a comfortable truth, not a truth anyone wanted to learn, but a truth that, once known, can never be forgotten. And in that permanent, uncomfortable knowledge, Victor Graves' final victory persists. Not the 43 lives he took, but the innocence he stole from everyone who survived his killing spree. That theft echoes across decades, across generations, a reminder that beneath civilization's thin veneer, predators still hunt. We survived the Hollow Man. Millbrook Heights survived. Detective Raymond Cross survived long enough to see justice served, if such a word can apply to catching someone after 43 murders. But survival isn't the same as victory, and knowing how the story ends doesn't erase the scars from living through it. This is what remains: memory, caution, awareness that evil exists not despite humanity but within it, and the quiet, persistent hope that when the next Victor Graves emerges, because eventually, inevitably, someone will recognize the pattern quickly enough to stop them before the body count reaches 43. That hope is fragile, but it's all we have, and so we carry it forward, along with our scars, into whatever darkness tomorrow brings. Thank you for watching and joining us as we explored these chilling and mysterious stories. If you enjoyed the journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with others who love a good mystery. Also, let us know where you're watching from. I'd love to hear where in the world you're tuning in. We appreciate you being part of this, and we'll see you next time for more gripping stories. Stay safe, stay curious, and keep unraveling the unknown.